Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the US Open live coverage. We are watching the state champion invitationals. We've got the Denker, Barber, Haring, Irwin, and Rockefeller. It's the final round, so everything is going to be decided in today's games, which are already underway. We're going to be getting to them in just a minute here. And yeah, with me as co-host, National Master Will Aramel. Will, thanks again for joining me. Hopefully, we get some good games today. Any sections you're particularly interested in terms of like the standings?
Well, I found it pretty compelling because every single tournament is up in the air. So four of the five sections have two players tied with 4.5 out of five. And not all of them are matched up because they've already played a
Right.
few of those pairs. But literally every single tournament, every single section is up in the air and still undecided, which is a beautiful thing. But I'd say one matchup that I think everyone will be intrigued about is a Wonderliang versus Carissa Yip. So one of the youngest, not one of the youngest, but one of the best talents in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
versus uh, perhaps going to be the future great female chess player in the U.S. Of course, great chess player overall, but perhaps maybe going to be the top U.S. women player with years to come.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. I mean, it's actually the only section where we have number one versus number two seed playing in the final round. Every other section, I think, has had quite a few upsets and like some prize players on the top boards. And this one actually, Carissa and a Wonder, they both got nicked early, but yeah, now they're finally meeting in this round. Although their game only has one move yet, as Carissa seems like she hasn't shown up at the board. It's just one e4.
Yeah, that's why I was a little hesitant to to suggest that because there really isn't any sort of fireworks yet, um, but definitely in an hour or so, assuming that she shows up to a round. But this is a good point because what do we know this is an indication of? When players aren't there and it's a top board or it's something pivotal, they're probably preparing, right? It's that last minute prep, squeezing in 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I've done it dozens of times when you know your opponent and you're willing to sacrifice some time.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've ever done that for some big games and it's worked in your favor. I know it's really hit or miss for me, but I've also won some tournaments as a result of that. So what's your experience with taking some time off your clock and using it to prepare for that key game or final round?
Yeah, I'd say it can be useful if you spend like, let's say, 5 extra minutes to look up your opponent before a round just to see what they're playing, what their repertoire is like. Because sometimes, yeah, you want to avoid certain systems or maybe like they're a Grunfeld player, they're a King's Indian player, or it helps you kind of know what to expect coming to the game, and it can help you avoid getting caught, in some prep yourself. If if they seem super experienced in some line you haven't looked at in a while, and you can kind of quickly catch up on it, so you're not like totally caught off guard. I think it can be helpful. I would say this is also the last round, so they're playing a little bit earlier. I think most chess players are usually not exactly morning people. So it could be that, it's just like people running late as usual before
Oh,
the game.
for
I've done
sure.
that many times. Yeah.
And then one other game that caught my eye already is the game between Viam and Terry. I see a Jobava London system, and one that I've experimented with myself. And I think I wanted to know what Viam would do if Black decided to go knight takes h5. It seemed like rook takes h5 was pretty much a done deal if Terry played that, but Terry decided not to, which I find to be an interesting over the board decision.
Yeah, let's actually jump to that game because that's kind of an interesting one. And actually, I just need a second here to get the board up and running on Lichess.
And I remember you asked me my thoughts about the London yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember making the comment like it's sort of flavorless at times. It just feels a little too dry.
Yeah.
Sorry to hurt the feelings of any London players out there. However, on the flip side, I really gravitate towards the Jobava London because you get things like this. So
Yeah.
those, especially for blitz or more of a surprise weapon, I like it. But I think if it's your main weapon, it's going to be a little bit harder to get the positions that you want. This is the type of thing where if you knew your opponent played the Jobava London and you caught wind of it 10, 15 minutes before the round, you might decide to show up a little late because you can squeeze out that extra time to pinpoint a line or two that your opponent may play, and that'll more than save you the time at the board trying to figure it out. So it's sort of a trade-off there as well.
Yeah, just to get a little bit of understanding of what you should do and how to react. Because, yeah, this stuff can get really sharp. I mean, this one started out with knight c3, black goes d5 to avoid e4, and then white plays bishop f4, e3, and this early move h4, which for the last couple of years has gotten very popular. I'm familiar with Viom. I know he's played this a few times before. And yeah, we should point out his FIDE rating is clearly not caught up to his USCF because he's actually the higher rated player in this matchup. He's 20 to 84 in terms of USCF rating, whereas Terry Luo, who I actually did not realize is a WCM, my bad, been referring to her as a he this whole tournament. Terry Luo, 2158 FIDE, 2232 USCF. So yeah, I mean, h4 castles h5, and exactly what you were saying, white is looking to just sack the exchange if allowed. And this feels quite unpleasant for black. I've looked at these positions a little bit, and white just gets this very easy plan. Bishop d3, knight f3, castle queenside, rook h1. Just kind of compensation for days, right? It's just like you get a ton of play. It's not like winning sacrifice or anything. For white, it's just compensation. The engines, of course, hold it for black very easily, but over the board, it's not fun to play. So instead,
Definitely not.
we see black going c5 and now hg. And yeah, I mean, white kind of gets what they want. Personally, I'm a fan for black to just go h5 myself. Just kind of stop white in their tracks, take the g4 square. I feel like this is kind of a more solid way. But yeah, we're in for a very interesting game now that this h file is open. It kind of feels like white is just getting exactly what he wanted with this attack.
And it's funny because I gravitate towards pretty much any opening where I can fianchetto, but this is not one of the positions I really feel that comfortable fianchettoing.
Right.
But like you said, I think if you are gonna fianchetto, it seems thematic to play h5 because you're just giving white what they want psychologically. And that's what I like to see though from white. You can tell Viam is saying, all right, I'm here to take this game. You don't see any positional type of opening. This is straight out, hey, I'm coming after you. I'm trying to take the championship. What are you going to do about it? And we'll see how Terry responds. Terry has shown so far. You said it's she, correct? Yeah,
No,
WCM.
my name is Legion in the chat telling us Terry Lowe is male according to the female FIDE website. It could just be a DGT error, like someone input
Okay.
an extra W.
Okay, so someone get to the bottom of that. Pete, are you there? Uh, so how about we will so Terry, we'll just say Terry from
Just call him
now,
Terry. Yeah.
until we get to the bottom of it. Not that that's important per se, but um, I think Terry has shown the resilience as a defender. I think evidenced by, was Terry on the side defending that rook, bishop, and two pawns versus the rook, knight, and pawn?
Yeah, Terry held that game against Nico Chasen in a previous round, yesterday's morning round. With yeah, I thought that was a pretty impressive hold because that position looked very scary, and I thought Nico is a higher rated player, 2400 USCF, was gonna find a way to win that. But no, Terry held on, and now they're on 4.5 out of 5. VM also on 4.5. And yeah, they're kind of in control over the section. The interesting thing is that on board 2, we have Nico Chasen against let me try to find the game here. Nico Chasen against Evan Park, and these are the 1 and 2 seeds in the section. They're both on 4 points, and they're gonna need to. They're one of them's gonna need to win to have any chance. They're gonna need to win and hope for a draw on board 1 to possibly catch up. Yeah, it seems like some of the ratings are actually kind of mixed up on these players. I'm sure Nico is higher than 1777 FIDE. So yeah, I think there's some conflicting info, but the moves themselves, these seem accurate, and hopefully they represent the correct players. Um, we have this actually, so this is our board 11. QGD triangle variation or triangle system or triangle Slav, I've heard this one called, with knight d2. Black goes f5, taking the game into a stone wall. And yeah, this is going to be a very strategic game, very close position, probably not a lot of trades for some time as both sides try to use that kind of square in the center. Cool. Why don't we check out a Wonderliang versus Carissa, because this is just like such a big matchup. This is board 1 of the Denker, the high school tournament. And in this one, a Wonder and FIDE Master Shunkai Peng are leading the section. Carissa Yip has 4 points, half a point behind, and is going to need to win this game to take first place. That's going to be very tough against a strong player like a Wonder. He is probably playing for the win himself, you know, being the high rated player, grandmaster. So she might get some chances. It's not like a Wonder is just trying to draw his game, and nor should he, because in board 2 we have Shunkai Peng, who also has 4.5. He's playing white against Robert Shlyatenko. These players are closer in rating, I would say, and you know, he's playing white. It's quite feasible that he wins this game, which means a Wonder will also need to win in order to tie for first, and then kind of rely on the tie breaks. So yeah, kind of interesting, you know, game theory going on in this final round, because like, you know, you want to play solid, but you also have to keep, you know, serious winning chances in case the game on board 2 goes well for your co-leader.
I think it's important to just play within yourself. Now, I know all players are probably aware of the board that's going on next to them and what the implications are. At the same time, though, all you can really do is just focus on your position. Now, where that can come into play specifically is, let's say you do maybe think that a Wonder is going to draw his game and you're Shunkai and you say, well, I already have an easy draw. Do I go for this win in this position? And if the risk far outweighs the reward, then probably draw is the natural path, and then you maybe have a multiple way tie. But you know, you don't just completely do something way out of character just
Right.
to get the result, because you know at this level, uh, you can't just force results that easily just because you want to. Maybe at a you know middle level tournament chess player, sure, maybe players under 1800, under 2000, you can get away with more things. But when you get up to this 24, 2500 level, you're not just going to uh, ask for your opponent to collapse and they'll do it on command. I mean, usually it requires a lot of cooperation at a certain point.
Yeah. Yeah, last rounds often lead to some crazy things because I think both players are kind of on edge. They know there's a lot to play for, and you're also just exhausted from the tournament, so it's like people are more willing, I think, to make impulsive decisions just to kind of get the game over with. So I think some players actually play much better than others in the final round because they're able to just stay patient, stay objective, and yeah, they don't kind of beat themselves. Now, what do you think about this opening? This is a French with bishop e7, bishop d3, c5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. Now, castles, castles. Kind of an unusual position, but I would expect white maybe to go dc at some point here to trade off on c5 and get this like actually pretty typical structure for the French, where white has 3 and 3, black has 4 and 2, and white kind of, well, usually plays on the king side here, kind of pointing all their pieces against black's king.
Well, I've already shown that I don't really like the French that much. And one of the variations that I do like as white is the Tarrasch variation.
Mm-hmm.
But I did say that I think the better lines against the Tarrasch are involving c5. But
Right.
this is a little delayed c5 move.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, black is going to have at least a semi-open position. And I do think that taking on c5 makes sense. I like the prospects of 3 against 2 rather than 4 against 3. So there are going to be some endgame situations where those pawns will be able to run a little bit faster than black's pawns. And something like that can make the difference in a very, very tight game. And I could foresee something happening where white builds an attack on black's king side and then uses the queen side majority to create, two opposite threats on the board. So just
Mm-hmm.
this is very, very long term. So many things are subject to change right now. But I think I like your way of going about it and then potentially even just marching those 3 against 2 and keeping black off balance with an attack at the same time. So it's a lot to ask for, but hey, one can hope and dream in a final round.
Yeah. No, definitely. Okay, let's keep looking through some of these games. We also have, let's see here, we have Ruyang Yan playing black against Ambika Yalamraju. So this is board one of the Haring Girls Tournament. Now, this is one where, the one of the first place finishers is already defined. Ruyang has 5 points. Her two closest competitors have 4 points, which includes Ambika as well as Arya Kumar playing on board two. So it's definitely not a guarantee that Ruyang scores in this game, but so far she's 5 out of 5. All she needs is a draw. I will say a lot of times the last round just puts so much pressure on players that it's like you often do see the top seed going down, even though she hasn't lost the game yet. She's looking like really like the top seed and by a wide margin. Something about the last round pressure often, it also gives, I was just thinking about this recently, it gives the player with 4 points, in this case Ambika, your opponent is a full point ahead. If you want to tie for first place, you have to win the game. It kind of gives you more like permission to play for the win than you might see in like a normal game. Now the ratings here I think are not accurate. Ambika is definitely the lower rated player by about 150 points or so USCF, maybe more FIDE. But like in a normal game, when you're playing a high rated player, usually low rated players kind of not exactly playing for a draw, but they're kind of playing it safe, and they often doubt themselves. They don't really take a lot of risk. They try to make safe moves. But when you know you have to win, there's a certain advantage, I think, because it's like you automatically force yourself to kind of play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more ambitiously. You avoid drawish continuations, And this, I think, often just ends up in having you make better moves overall because you're just forced to look at the most ambitious moves in the position. And here we see a Catalan. Let me run this one back. Definitely a good opening to play for a win because it's very complicated. Rook d1, bishop c6, and now knight c3, knight d7, and e4. And like very aggressive approach because in these lines, white, of course, could have taken the pawn back on c4, just getting their pawn back, and then this is often like a very solid position. Black is either going knight d7, knight b6 here, or sometimes bishop d5, knight c6, different ways to get the pieces out. But white decides to just sack the pawn, knight c3, knight d7, now e4, threatening to play d5 and just trap black's bishop. And so far, Ruyang is clearly out of book. She spent over 20 minutes now in her last two moves. So what do you think about this opening?
Well, already I would think that white has already achieved what they wanted, which was a rich position
Mm-hmm.
with a lot of fighting chances. And I really like the point that you brought up about the player who seems to almost be free rolling in a sense that, hey, I'm down a point. I can really go for it. Maybe I can take some chances I wouldn't have otherwise. And Rui Yang is in that spot where she's going to look for any moment which can just neutralize the game and get an easy draw. But the problem sometimes with that mindset is that the only way to punish your opponent's setup or plan is to bring the fight to them. And sometimes if you're just avoiding that fight at every turn, you're not objectively making the best moves, and you're making moves based off of uh, just the results and what you want rather than what you're supposed to do. So I think that's always a tricky mental spot to be in. I mean, it's always fun to be the person coming from behind, not the person who has to maintain the lead. It depends who's who's chasing you, or whoever's older your shoulder. And then Rui Yang, I remember the game last night. That was definitely a roller coaster. I thought all three results were in the air at different parts of the game. So, but yeah, just very interesting point that you bring up, and we'll see how Rui Yang handles that, the burden of being in clear first. So,
Right. Yeah. Again, it's a lot of pressure, but hopefully she's able to just kind of maintain her objectivity and play some chess. All right, well, let's check out some of the seniors. So we have the Irwin Invitational. Again, we have two players in this section with 4.5 out of 5. Everyone chasing them. So we have Igor Malnitsky, International Master, against FIDE Master Doug Eckert. These guys have definitely been playing the most solid chess of the event so far. Doug especially just having like amazing tournament, tied for first place. He's playing black here. Kind of a tough one. He, I think, had black in the last round, so this is his second black in a row. But what to do? Both players were due white. They usually give it to the higher rated player. And this one starts off as a Rui Lopez exchange variation. Very kind of a quiet system, but like, yeah, white plays for this kind of long-term strategic advantage of having black, given black the double pawns. Doug goes for queen f6. This is definitely a trendy move nowadays. d4, ed4, queen takes d4. And white just goes for the endgame. As far as I know, after d4, ed4, the most challenging approach is to play bishop to g5 for white. And then black often plays like queen d6 or queen g6. Then we get kind of an interesting and very rich middle game. The endgame after queen takes d4, as far as I'm aware, is very comfortable for black. Bishop d7, castles, especially because black didn't even need to play this move f6. And that said, it's still going to be a very tricky position, I think, for both sides. But yeah, overall, I would say I like what Doug is doing so far. His last move, rook e8, just puts a little bit of pressure on e4. If we just talk a little bit about the strategy in this kind of position, black, of course, has a worse structure. If we trade all the pieces off and go into a pure king and pawn endgame, white is basically winning there because they have 4 versus 3. They can make a pass pawn. Black cannot, and this can be a decisive advantage. But we're very far away from a king and pawn endgame, and in the meantime, black has the 2 bishops, in particular light squared bishop, very strong piece in this position. Black is often playing ideas like f5 just to open up the bishop, and usually this gives black full compensation for the double pawns. So objectively, I think black is fine here, but from experience, I know these positions are always very tricky, and you really have to play very accurately with black to avoid kind of falling into a worse position. So I'm sure Igor is going to be testing Doug here quite a bit.
It's interesting because I think that Doug is more in his element so far when he is attacking and on the more aggressive side of things. So I'm interested to see how he'll handle the slow grind, and especially from I think a technically strong player like Igor, who has written, I think, a book or two, some well-known chess literature.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to look those up, but I think someone alluded to it yesterday. So we are dealing with a very well-schooled and technically strong player. So we'll see how Doug handles the slow grind. And it's really a mental burden for players because they are playing for so much. Each move means that much more. And when you don't have these very clear decisions and it's more intuitive, sometimes you start overthinking.
Yeah.
And just moves that you would make a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, you're going to spend a little bit more time double checking. And then when the fight is very, very tense and more calculations are required, you need that extra time. And we talked about that yesterday, how the time pressure can be a factor in those late game situations. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll definitely see. I'm not saying that it's going to go poorly for Doug, but it seems like he's better when he's on the attacking side of things so far.
Yeah. Yeah, so right, we'll definitely see how this one plays out. White's last move, knight d2, definitely like a very flexible move, keeping the knight or giving the knight some options. It does allow black to play f5, which I feel like is very tempting just to get this kind of key breakthrough in. But yeah, we'll see how Doug handles it. Speaking of Doug, let's go to board 2. Douglas Root playing white against international master Alexander Matros. We haven't seen Alex on the DGT boards yet, but both of these players are on 4 points, and so they'll be rooting for a draw on the top board because that'll give them a chance to catch up to first place. By the way,
Well,
on the line,
they have to
mhm,
like what they see so far
yeah, the end game,
in the first
absolutely.
game. They're like, well, if you're gonna play that, we have a chance.
Big time. Yeah, but that means, okay, one of them has to win here. And yeah, this opening seems much more conducive for a decisive result. We have King's Indian, which is actually what Root plays himself as black. I've seen a couple of games of his so far in this event where he's played the King's Indian. So always interesting for me to see what King's Indian players do against their own opening, which lines they consider to be annoying. Here he goes for just the classical variation. Black plays knight a6. This is one of the many ways you can handle these positions from the black side. Of course, the main line here is typically considered to go e5 and then knight c6, heading for this Martel Plata variation with knight e7, knight jumping back to e8, f5, f4, and so on. Black just attacks on the king side. Instead, we see knight a6, which I think is kind of a more flexible move and often leads to a more strategic game where black plays e5 and really hopes for white to either take or push so the knight can get this c5 square. This is one of those lines where the exchange variation is considered to be pretty harmless as far as black is concerned, because the knight just immediately gets to the c5 square, black can play c6, and kind of gets a good version of things. So instead we see rook e1, definitely one of the main moves, c6, rook b1. Now black plays knight h5, Bishop g5, bishop f6, offering a trade. White declines. It's kind of interesting. This is like black's fianchettoed bishop, and they're offering to trade it off. But the King's Indian is one of those openings where it's not always in white's favor to trade off the fianchettoed bishop, because this bishop is often passive, and it's black who kind of gets control over a lot of the dark squares. So white avoids the trade, I would say, correctly. Rook e8 played, queen to d2. And yeah, this is our live position. Now, when you play the King's Indian, Will, what did you do against the classical variation? Did you go for this knight a6 stuff, or?
You read my mind. I feel like, in day two, we might be syncing up. But I remember putting in time studying knight a6, but I really only played it in blitz and quick. I never really played it in a slow game that I can remember. So definitely a classical player. So I would go, of course, e5 and then knight c6. But
Yeah.
when I wanted something a little less theoretical, I would opt for knight bd7 on
Mm-hmm.
move 6. And I've also played some of the c6 ideas as well. It's like just occasional c6 and knight bd7 and just kind of wait and see. But generally over time, I've played the main lines, e5 and knight c6. But I like sprinkling in knight bd7 from time to time.
Yeah, same. I think I've played all four moves in this position in classical games: e5, c6, knight d7, knight a6, just to kind of mix it up so that white doesn't. Because now, if you look at my games in the database, I've played all four, and so if you're preparing this, you now have to prepare all four lines, and so I feel like, okay, it's kind of annoying for the white player.
What
Uh,
about bishop g4? Have
I
you played
haven't
that?
I haven't tried that one. No.
I know I've played it in Blitz and Quick. I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily count because uh, all the things that I'm sure both of us have tried
Mhm.
in that type of setting is probably it's not meant for the it's not meant for instructional purposes.
Well, there was this one game. I don't know if you saw. There was this game between Wojciech and Caruana in Waikanze. I think it was actually earlier this year, where Caruana did play Bishop G4 and won a really interesting game actually as black, thanks to his prep. I would say his prep was very, very good. I want to see if I can look up exactly how this game progressed, but Lichess doesn't seem to have it in its
I,
database.
yeah, I tried to.
But it was basically something like this. It was like castles, bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3. Um, ooh, how did it go exactly? Mm, that was going to be tough for me to figure this one out. But he actually ends up like giving up his other bishop on c3 as well. So he gives up both bishops. And not even to like ruin white's structure, but just because he kind of wants to use the knights. I want to say it was something like this. Let's say e5, bishop e3, takes, knight c6, bishop e3, knight d7. White plays queen d2, and then just like takes on c3 in some position like this. So very, very similar. I don't know if this was exactly it, but his idea is to take, and then he goes queen f6. And his point is that just that his knights are just as good as white's bishops in this structure, where white has kind of very advanced pawns with e4 and c4. The bishops don't really have a lot of targets, and black can just kind of pile up on the e file. Yeah, Quill Logic knows what I'm talking about. That was a very nice game. So he shows even this bishop g4 line, which used to be considered, I would say, quite dubious for black, is actually playable even at the highest level. Although maybe it was just kind of like a one-game surprise, just using his prep. So rook e8 and rook 81 included. Thank you for that. So basically was essentially this position, and takes, queen f6, and I think Wojciech avoided the queen trade, and Caruana ends up winning just like very nice strategic game. Not that black is like already better, but it's kind of a new position, and yeah, Caruana was certainly more familiar with kind of the plans and ideas from there. So let's just jump to the live game. So we have a lot of moves here. Rook b1, knight h5, and queen d2, bishop g4 played. White goes d5, and now black just pushes c5. You have a very thematic approach where you just close the center. That's kind of the point of this move, c6, I would say, is now when white plays d5, you can always close it up with c5 without having to worry about en passant, for example. And yeah, now we just get like a really, really double-edged structure. White plays a3. If white were to play h3 in this position, I imagine now black just drops back bishop d7 rather than giving up the bishop, and then tries to use that h3 pawn as a future target for like the because the pawns are still coming. Now the plan is to go like bishop g7, f5, even like rook f8. Black tries to do a lot just to close the center and then can get their kind of typical kingside attack going. Yeah, at the same time, it feels like white hasn't really done anything wrong. He's playing a3, b4, which is a very common plan in this position. And it seems like white should have his usual space advantage in the King's Indian. I'm sure the engine gives white +1 here, at least. Lately, the engines have really been hating these positions for black, like plus 1.2, 1.4, just really, really kind of like astronomical evaluations. But I
But
still
let's
think
be
black's
fair.
very playable.
What what positions don't, or excuse me, what King's Indian positions don't computers really enjoy anyway? I think most of the time they always favor white.
Yeah.
Right, usually +1, +1.5, especially in the classical main line variations. Computers always think white is borderline winning, and
Yeah.
that's the beauty of the King's Indian, is that I think computers still haven't really figured them out that much. Now,
Right.
it'd be interesting to see AlphaZero run some King's Indian matches, but
Yeah.
that's a whole different story.
Well, we had Gopal in the chat yesterday. He was saying that the King's Indian is actually getting used a lot in correspondence chess because it's one of those openings that the engines haven't fully figured out. And so that's actually one of the things I really like about the opening is like even if someone prepares for you, it's like the engine is not enough. Like the engine can suggest some moves, but at a certain point you're playing on your own as white. You have to like make strategic decisions that kind of have long-term consequences, and like you really need like experience in these positions to kind of handle them well. So I'm much more afraid of playing, like an experienced grandmaster who like knows what they're doing versus like some, let's say 2200 armed with some engine prep. Like I feel like I can definitely outplay them once they get out of book. So okay, but well, Doug Root, like we mentioned, is a King's Indian player himself, so he probably knows a thing or two about what Black doesn't want to see in these positions. This a3 b4 plan I think is very, very natural, and now Matros has to figure out what to do. Here we just see him play bishop g7. I think this makes a lot of sense. Again, White doesn't really want to trade these bishops because then Black gets the f4 square. Instead, I think we'll see um, well, actually, it's an interesting choice because if white goes bishop g5, black can go ahead and repeat bishop f6 and kind of ask white, like, what are you going to do? How are you going to avoid the repetition? So we might just see bishop e3 back, or maybe bishop g5, bishop f6, and then bishop e3 back, now that black's bishop kind of stops the f pawn.
But considering the standings and the scores of the players, I wonder if Root would still play bishop g5, uh, essentially bluffing Alexander, right? Because they are both half a point behind Igor and the other Doug,
Yeah,
and their game could definitely draw. That seems to be the more likely of results. Not saying that will happen, but with that in mind, Doug Root could easily say, all right, bishop g5, I know you don't want to draw, so what are you going to do? And then Alexander could say, well, I know that you're not going to take a draw, so I'm going to repeat it one more time. So
yeah,
who's going to blink first? So it's such an interesting psychological situation right now. So again, if you guys don't know the standings, Igor and Doug Eckert, they are a half a point ahead of Doug Root and Alexander Matros. So Root and Matros really need to play for a win if they're going to have any chance at all, of course.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it'd
mathematically impossible.
be an interesting game of chicken. Exactly, like who's gonna avoid the draw. I feel like Alex Matros, he's playing black, he's a lower rated player. He has the moral right, to offer repetition longer than Douglas Rude. I think,
Interesting
yeah,
perspective.
as a highest rated player, a high rated player, and you're playing white, like, yeah, I mean, if Doug just wants to draw in this game, it's very hard to, let's say, stop him, right? So it's kind of up to him. But okay, I mean, the King's Indian is the perfect opening to avoid a quick draw. I mean, it's really just very difficult. Even like the exchange variation is a structure that, like, all the pieces stay on the board, kind of a double-edged structure. Even in that position, you can always play for a win as long as you're willing to take some risk. So,
I
yeah,
predict they won't repeat
definitely not.
for a third time.
Yeah.
I have a very, very strong feeling, and I would bet a lot of money that neither player repeats for a third time, at least in this position. Maybe if someone's lost, they might do it because there's no better option. But
Right.
I expect both sides to be going for a win without exception.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. I think we'll see bishop g5, bishop f6, and then bishop e3, and then black has to spend another tempo, like moving the bishop out of the way. But yeah, let's jump to board 3 in this section. So here we have Mikhail Koganov. We saw him in a game yesterday, I believe, and Grandmaster John Fedorowicz, who we haven't seen on the DGT boards yet. He's finally made his way here. Both of these players are on 3.5 points. So mathematically, there's no way either of them can get to first place, but they might be able to possibly tie for second if the results break their way. More likely, though, a tie for third, I think, is what's going to happen if there's a decisive result here. Let me just quickly get through the opening. Looks like we had a London system, c5, e3,
The London.
d6. Yeah, exciting opening as always. Bishop e7, h3, d6, and yeah, a lot of trades on e4, knight f6, queen e2. But I would say, like, as far as black is concerned, it feels pretty equal, but I think you're kind of happy here as black in this live position because, like, clearly your king is not getting attacked. White doesn't have such an obvious plan in the position. You've traded some pieces off. You have the light squares. You have this nice square on d5. You haven't given white this, like, e5 square that they're always kind of playing against. So I would say this is a position where Fed can definitely try to, like, squeeze his opponent a little bit, maybe playing for the minority attack like we were talking about yesterday, b5, a5, b4, this kind of thing. Bishop f6. I mean, I would
Just
probably take black here. I don't know about you.
just curious.
Yeah.
When you were playing a lot on the chess scene, did you also see the Fed uh, analyzing at a lot of CCA events?
No, I mean, I think of him more as like an East Coast guy, and I haven't played on the East Coast too much. Like, I played
Gotcha.
World Open once, basically. I think I saw him there. And yeah, I just haven't played a lot of events on the East Coast, so I haven't never had the pleasure of playing or meeting him actually. I don't think.
So he's sort of legendary for being the guy at a lot of CCA events. I remember Chicago Open, World Open, doing a lot of analysis
Mm-hmm.
in the side room. So, and of course, if you don't know, his nickname is the Fed, because it's not so easy to pronounce Fedorowicz or however you pronounce the WICZ.
Mm-hmm.
But and of course, he's always dressed in his iconic blue jean outfit. You guys know what I'm talking about.
So he's
Any
the
of
guy,
you
like, you, like, bring him your tournament games and he'll analyze them for you.
yeah. So I don't think I've ever been one of the players giving my games, but I've definitely tuned in to a handful of them over the years. And he definitely likes to wear a similar outfit most of the time. So just ask some chess players about it. If you're in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. Feel free to chime in and give your insights on that. And if he's ever covered one of your games. So I'm sure he's impacted a lot of the chess community and inspired some other chess players out there for sure. So, but yeah, I think overall pretty entertaining guy.
Yeah, important role, analyzing games. I think very useful for folks just to get your game looked at by a GM who can give you some tips. These guys, they have so much experience, they can just take one look at your moves and be like, no, this is weak, like, don't do this, play this plan, and it can really be helpful, just like even their one-off comments on your play. Okay, let's jump to a wonder. I think we have a bunch of moves here. Carissa was a little bit late to this game, but yeah, they've played the opening out pretty quickly. And let's see, looks like we had Rui Lopez, knight f6, castles b5, bishop b3, bishop b7, d3, bishop e7, c4, castles, knight c3, takes. White c4 move, definitely, I would say rare for this position. Maybe some kind of home cooking from a wonder. Usually
Must
white
be.
is playing, yeah, like knight c3 in these positions or knight d2 and c3. So c4 is definitely an unusual approach. Black takes, goes d6, knight a5, bishop d5. Yeah, another very unusual move. Normally, white doesn't want to give up this light squared bishop, but I guess the point is that after knight takes d5, e takes d5, black now has to deal with b4 coming, and knight's getting a little bit trapped. I would still be curious about this position because, like, okay, you could go bishop c8 and bring the knight back to b7, and then the knight is terrible, but at least your light squared bishop is a very strong piece. So I don't know, this could be something to consider as well. I'm sure that was prepared by a wonder. Instead, we see c6. And oh, here's his point. Bishop takes f7. Yeah, at first glance, c6 looks like the bishop is caught. Bishop has to go back to c4 or b3, and then black can just exchange it for the knight on a5. Normally, that's considered a big achievement for black in the Rui Lopez. Here he takes on f7, plays b4, wins his piece back. B takes a5, and yeah, very curious position for me because, like, I mean, black could play queen takes a5. Carissa decides to start with bishop g4 first. White goes king h1. And honestly, I don't really get it for white. Like,
So
to me, it just
uh,
looks like,
I
yeah,
was gonna point this out. So yeah, the idea is interesting. At first glance, I would favor black because of the bishop pair, and it seems like the board can open up very quickly.
yeah.
However, I was looking ahead. Sorry, Kostya,
Not worry.
I got a head start on you here. But why king h1? And then I thought to myself, well, what's the problem here? It's the pin. So maybe a wonder is going to go knight e2
Mm-hmm.
and free up the knight on f3. And then if Carissa decides to go bishop f3, he is already off the g file and can go g takes f3, follow up with rook g1, undouble the pawns with f4. So I was just trying to figure out a wonders move, and that's what I thought was one of the ideas. Or instead of knight e2, just some move like queen d2, breaking the pin, but with the intent of going rook g1.
So that's what we're maybe expecting here. Oh, some of the games looks like we're reset. Let me get back to that game. So like queen takes a5, knight e2. And then if black takes on f3, gf3, I mean, yeah, it feels like, okay, white's king is not going to be in so much danger, but like, is white really playing for the advantage here? Like, I just feel like black doesn't really have many weaknesses. Can go knight h5, g6.
Well, one advantage that white does have, it depends, right, what black plays, but white
Mm-hmm.
could go queen b3, control the b file, pin the rook on f7. So pick your poison for black. White could go rook g1 and queen b3 and rook b1, and then suddenly white is looking better if they could execute those few moves. So just some ideas. I don't believe white is better, but that's how I would at least try to proceed with the position. But just yeah, very creative play, interesting play by a Wonder. And sometimes in these types of games or at this level, to win, you have to take risks and even take on positions that aren't objectively the best, but will give you the most room to create complications and problems. And you were saying that yesterday too. So it's the same, philosophy, taking on a slightly inferior position or objectively maybe a little unsound, but knowing that if your opponent doesn't navigate the minefield properly, that'll give you some strong chances
Yeah.
compared to, I don't know, playing some Queen's Gambit decline in very dry position. I'm not saying Queen's Gambit declined is a dry position per se, but a little bit on the easier side of things, I would say, compared to other openings.
Right. Yeah. Well, we have King H1 as the last move, and feels like he was kind of in book until this one move. He had an hour and 29 minutes, then he spent about 15 minutes on this move. So either he's kind of remembering some ideas, or more likely, bishop g4 was just kind of not in his prep. He's expecting queen takes a5, and now he's kind of thinking on his own. Maybe he saw this king h1 idea in another variation against bishop g4, and he's thinking about it. Maybe I can try it here as well. But yeah, really interesting, very original game, I would say, for the Brui Lopez. So I'm very curious as to how this one plays out. Let's jump to board 2 in this section as well. We have Shunkai Peng, also on 4.5 points, tied with a Wonder. He's playing Robert Shlyatenko, who's a strong FIDE master. And we saw this one earlier. This was the French with kind of this delayed c5. White ended up taking on c5, knight d7, knight b3, a5, a4, knight takes c5, trades, queen e2, queen c7. Yeah, now we have this like very thematic structure where white has a 3 and 3, can definitely play something like b3, bishop b2 is what I would expect, and put both bishops on the long diagonals. And then black is going to go like b6, bishop b7, maybe knight b4 somewhere, maybe knight f4 somewhere. And yeah, look to get some counterplay in the center. Yeah, I'd say close to equal at this point. We'll kind of see what happens here. White does need to be careful, I think, not to allow knight f4 and just take the two bishops at some point. For the moment, this can be met with queen. Actually, no, queen e4, knight takes d3. So yeah, knight f4 might be a concern here for white in the near future. Just going after the bishop pair, and I think that's what Shunkai is. He's thinking about it here because yeah, he's already spent a couple minutes on this move.
It looks like we have one other game in the database. Also, Queen e4 was played in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, white has a real decision to make because you don't necessarily want to go g3 here. That just seems like a big concession down the line.
Yeah,
but
sure.
yeah, Quill logic, I totally agree with that. You have to start with Queen e4, and if you induce f5, then yeah, that's fine. I don't mind inducing that because unless black can get the pawns rolling with f5 and e5, you can try to bind that e5 square and punish black for creating that backwards e6 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, queen e4 definitely feels like the move, and yeah, inducing some kind of weakness. If knight f6, we always have queen h4, kind of a nice maneuver. Then the bishop can come out to g5, and yeah, just going after that h7 pawn. And g6, well, again, yeah, dark squares, you can play h4, h5 here. You can put the bishop on h6. You kind of feel like you've achieved something as well. Yeah, so queen e4 definitely looks like just the most natural move in the position for white. Okay, let's check out actually board 8. So this is Rio Chen playing black against Henry Ding. Now Rio is actually the top seed in the Rockefeller, the elementary school section, but he was upset drawn in the first round of this tournament. He was held to a draw. Since then, I think he was held to a second draw because he's currently on 4 out of 5 points. His opponent, Henry Dang, is one of two players with 4.5. Austin Tang, who is also playing on the live boards, also has 4.5 points. So Rio needs to win this game with black in order to have a chance, and then he has to hope that Austin Tang on board 2 in the section does not win his game for Rio to get to first place. Now let me cycle back through this one. This definitely feels like a Sicilian. Looks like a classical with knight c6, bishop g5, e6, bishop b5, bishop d7, queen d3, bishop e7, and we get some trades. Looks like black is probably going to be castling kingside here pretty soon. Rook to d2 on the board, and yeah, now we have this position with black to move, and Rio's thinking about it here. Of course, he could castle. I think earlier we saw, I think it was Henry who won a game in this line that we thought was really, really well played, where he just broke with an early e5 and like traded dark squared bishops, put his knight on e4 and d6, and just kind of dominated on the dark squares. But Rio, I don't think, is going to be allowing this. And yeah, so now this is our game position here.
Well, I know you wrote a book on the Open Sicilians. What's your impression of the classical variation?
It's an interesting one. It's one of those lines where it's always been considered that essentially white's only kind of ambitious try for an advantage is bishop g5, as played in this game. In the book, we actually recommended bishop c4, which I think is kind of an interesting secondary way of playing the position. Tons of theory in this one as well, but I think not as well explored as bishop g5, or not as deeply explored. Yeah, I don't know too much about the way white has handled this with the second move, bishop b5. Normally, the way white plays these positions is they go queen d2, they castle queenside, and then they choose between f3 and f4, and then the light squared bishop can often sit on f1 for some time, eventually going somewhere to e2. Really depends on how black proceeds themselves. This bishop b5 move, this is I don't know, some kind of like pet system from Henry, because it doesn't strike me as being all that dangerous, kind of trading off a lot of pieces. Usually in the Sicilian, black is kind of happy with 1 or 2 trades because it means that they're not going to get checkmated out of the opening, and white doesn't have as much firepower. And long term, it should be said, with the structure d6, e6, black is often very happy in the long run because they're controlling more of the center. They have like the semi-open c-file. They have easy counterplay with b5. So the more white doesn't, generate a strong attack, the more comfortable black feels just strategically. And I feel like even in positions that maybe are objectively equal, or the engine gives 0-0, are often kind of practically a little bit safer or more comfortable for black. It's just kind of nice when you have the more solid structure, and in the long run, a lot of the end games are kind of good for you. So far I would say this looks quite solid for black. Even a move like queen c4 here honestly makes sense to me, just looking to trade queens and go into this kind of endgame.
I'm not super convinced by white's setup.
Yeah.
Definitely not the most aggressive way to play this. Now, having said that, Henry is up a half a point um, uh, uh, between him and Rio, but not who's the other? Austin, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, if you are going to play like this, what if Austin is going to have sort of a winning position that could give him a chance to play for a win from something like this? It could give him the flexibility of also playing for 2 results. I'm not sure if he's thinking like that necessarily. He could also be just looking at the rating of his opponent and saying, all right, I would be happy with a draw here. And I'm
Right.
not saying he's doing that. I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but this is not the most ambitious approach. and I'm wondering how that will affect the standings. And also, I wonder if that will affect how Austin decides to play. So sometimes if you know the board next to you isn't being as aggressive, or the position doesn't seem like they can easily win, that could give Austin that window of opportunity to say, hey, now I can also play for a win or a draw, because worst case scenario, if both of them draw, it's just a tie for first, and then they're going to let the tie breaks kind of decide things from there. But just a lot of things to consider, a lot of permutations.
Mm-hmm.
I guess way too much to predict from here on out, but not my choice. This wouldn't be my choice with white for sure against the classical variation.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's hard for kids to really adjust, what they're playing or what their lines are based on who they're facing. A good question, actually. What happens if they tie for first? Maybe someone from the U.S. chess side can better answer that. I know as far as prizes go, there's some big scholarships available, but according to the site, if there is a tie, scholarship is awarded to the highest finisher based on tiebreak. So they're going to be doing like a mathematical tiebreak. The first one
Ooh.
is something called modified median. Basically, what these tiebreaks or how they work is, they take your opponents, they see how well they scored in the event, and then they kind of determine mathematically like who had the tougher schedule. Which means that the players that kind of played on the top boards more often kind of face like the stronger opponents, generally favored in this tiebreak system, which to me is quite logical. But of course, we're talking about like thousands of dollars on the line here, so it's always a bit of a shame. First place is a $5,000 scholarship. Second place is 3,000. So it's at least this is for the Denker. The prizes for the Barber might be a little bit. No, the prizes for the Barber are essentially the same. So yeah, it could be a lot of money on the line based on just a few a few numbers. It also means players that are like kind of playing on lower boards right now could end up deciding one way or the other based on how they finish. Well, let's check out the board two in this section. Jasmine Su against Austin Tang. Austin is the other player with 4.5, and he's playing black here against Jasmine, who I would say had a pretty good tournament herself. And we also have Knight C6. It's funny.
Yeah, I
Another
was looking ahead again.
classical Sicilian. Yeah, very interesting. Here we see Bishop G5, Queen B6. A different way for black to handle this one. Knight b3, e6, bishop d3, bishop e7, castles, castles, bishop e3, queen c7, f4, a6. Yeah, very typical position for the Sicilian. I feel like a common plan here is to play queen f3 and then go g4, g5. Instead, we see queen e2, b5, a3, bishop b7, king h1, knight d7. And now Jasmine plays this move a4, inducing b4 and knight d1. So the knight is heading to f2 and possibly to g4, or maybe supporting white's future g4 move. Now, I don't know. I mean, I've always felt like these positions, this kind of structure, white should be playing for the kingside attack and should be going g4, g5. Typical plan is to play like rook f3, rook h3, queen h5, and just going all out on the king side. If you wait too long in this kind of position, then black plays b4 and gets knight to b6, knight c4. Black usually gets very nice counterplay on the queen side. So it's one of those positions where if white, spends too much time, black is usually ending up extremely comfortable. Here we see a5 being played, just kind of taking some more squares on the queen side. Are you a big Sicilian player, Will? Have you played any? Yeah, you mentioned Knight or Dragon, a lot of these lines, right?
Yeah, Knight Earth Dragon. I've played some janky like
Mhm.
cons or things like that. Some mixes of A6, early A6s, even on move two. But yeah, not the classical stuff so much. Yeah, classical or even Sveshnikov type of positions. I played
Mhm.
some Scheveningen as well.
Gotcha. So you have a little bit of experience in these kinds of positions. Um,
Yeah,
and
never really from the white side though. I admit,
mhm.
not a big open Sicilian player other than just C3 Sicilian I've played, and again, just some other sidelines. Depending on what my opponent plays, even some King's Indian attack ideas as well. But yeah, not a huge fan of the open Sicilian, surprisingly. I like being the person playing the black side. It's kind of hard for me to imagine myself on the white side of these positions.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, well, let's take our first break of the day. We have a lot more chess coming up as these games start to heat up in the middle games. So we'll be back, guys, in a couple of minutes as, yeah, we watch the final round in these invitational events. Lots of money and scholarships on the line, lots of titles. So, yeah, it should be some pretty, pretty tense games coming up. All right, see y'all soon. All right, everyone, welcome back to the US Open. You're watching the live coverage of the Invitational tournaments here. We've got the Irwin tournament of senior state champions, Denker tournament of high school state champions, Barber tournament of junior high champions, Rockefeller tournament of elementary champions, and the Haring tournament of girls champions. Lots of interesting games in this final round as the players are fighting for the top places. And let's catch everyone up. We are going to start with this top board in the Irwin Invitational, the senior section. Here we have two players on 4.5 out of 5, half a point at least ahead of everyone else. Igor Malnitsky against Doug Eckert here. And we last saw this one around this moment, knight d2, white play 97. This was a Rui Lopez exchange. H3, F5, yeah, very thematic break. Knight G3, Fe4, Knight E4, B6 was played, Rook Fe1, Knight D5, and now Bishop to D2. Not sure what to say about this one. It's still close to equal, although I would say Black is pretty happy that they managed to trade off a pair of pawns. Now the light squared bishop is getting stronger and stronger. And yeah, Doug here is thinking about how to proceed. Lots of ideas here for Black. There's like c5, bishop c6. You can think about putting the other bishop on g7. And yeah, I feel like Black is pretty happy here, but again, these positions are always tricky, and if you allow too many trades from Black's point of view, then you kind of get stuck with the worst pawn structure. So lots still could happen here, as I would say, yeah, all three results are very much possible. Let's jump to board 2 as well. We have the other Doug, and this game is, yeah, heating up as well. This is the King's Indian we were following from earlier. Let's see how this one progressed. So yeah, here we were wondering if the sides were going to repeat, though we did not expect that. We gave it about 1% chance. Bishop e3 played, so white avoids the repetition. Black drops back to e7, b4, b6, rook b3, bishop drops back to d7. The point of this one is so that the bishop doesn't get stuck out on g4 when Black eventually plays f5, and that's what we see. Rook b1, knight g7, knight e1, and f5 played. I would expect white is going to play f3 here at some point. This doesn't look like the right position to take on f5, as I think Black just gets some really, really strong pawns in this position. Could be wrong, but yeah, I think we'll see f3, f4, followed by g5, h5, and Black kind of getting the typical kingside play, whereas white is going to be looking to get something going on the queen side. Now, yeah, actually really interesting. Maybe we'll come back to this one as we kind of update all the games, but this one definitely feels like could go either way. I'm a big believer. I mean, this knight on a6 looks so terrible for Black, but actually it really shuts down white's queenside play, because whenever white takes on c5 here, Black can take with the knight, and then white really doesn't want to give up the dark squared bishop on c5.
And I'm curious about the move g3 as well. So you could potentially opt for something like g3, knight g2 yourself. Maybe at the right moment, even take on f5 and go f4. Probably not anytime soon. I know f3 is for sure the traditional approach.
Yeah.
f3, f4, and then, okay, we have an a la King's Indian all the way. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by g3, keeping the tension, because if pawn e4, knight e4, that's always a concession for Black, surrendering that e4 square. f3 is the safe way to play, but I'm curious about g3. That's kind of grabbed my attention.
Interesting as well, right? Because it's not so easy for Black to play f4. And yeah, Black would have to play like rook f8 first, and then try to get this f4 in somehow. But yeah, knight can come to g2. I do think this knight often is trying to like go to the d3 square. Like that's how white is usually able to take on c5. So on knight c5, you at least trade off your knight on c5, and then you can get some queenside play. But g3 is very interesting, and he's been thinking about this one for a while now. It looks like 8 minutes on this move. So
Yeah, and
clearly,
just to follow up
yeah.
with the plan, G3, knight G2,
Hmm.
bishop D3, and then you could really consider taking on F5 and even trying some F4 idea. And
Right.
then Quill logic, yeah, I agree. This whole doubling on the B file, I'm not entirely sure about it. Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a plan that I would have chosen per se, but we'll see what Douglas Root has in mind.
Yeah. So going to board 3 in this section, this is John Fedorowicz playing against Mikhail Koganov. And yeah, here I was thinking black is pretty comfortable, and now he starts the queenside play with b5, a5, knight b6, transferring the knight to a more active square on c4. Rook c2 is this last move, and yeah, I would say black is doing very comfortably here. I think he's in no rush to play d5, as this kind of gives up the e5 square. Instead, we'll probably see moves like rook b8, rook ec8, and one day black will probably try to play for b4. Although I do like white's knight on d3, kind of controlling a lot of key squares, always getting ready to jump to e5 if allowed, and yeah, fighting against black's b4 breaks. It's kind of like a reverse Carlsbad structure in the Queen's Gambit Declined, where this side on the queen side is kind of playing to open things up, but white is kind of set up nicely to defend against that. So not a whole lot going on here. Black is just going to continue pressing. Actually, with that, we see e5. Actually, I mean, looks like a really nice move, just kind of opening up the e-file against white's queen and trying to open up the position while white's pieces are a little bit discoordinated. So yeah, I really like how Fed has played this one so far. Just looks better for black, right?
Oh yeah, and this is a clear case of white being punished for taking too passive of a line.
Playing the London.
Yeah, well, there we go. Maybe it's a mentality. Sorry for all you London players out there. At least if you're going to play a London, play the Jobava London, a little bit more aggressive and inspired chess. But yeah, putting your pieces on the first rank like this, and so late in the game, right? We're looking at what move 20. By move 23, you have these pieces back here. Okay, well, rooks are supposed to be back here, but still a little too passive for me. So
Yeah.
I would have, if I was white earlier, I was thinking. So yeah, I don't like the maneuver knight e1, knight d3. I would have tried to get in the move c4
Hmm.
a little earlier and just played with that structure. Maybe c4, b3, rook on c1, and rook on d1,
Yeah.
something like that, and then potentially even play b4 and c5. So before we even got there,
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Just something, because now it just looks
too passive.
passive, and white is worse, and basically playing the black side of some kind of QGD. And yeah, I like black's activity here. If white takes on e5, I think black just takes with the pawn and then can throw on f5, e4, and just keep taking space. And bishop on e1 just starts looking worse and worse and worse. So yeah, well played by the Fed here. Let's jump to the board one of the Denker tournament. This is a Wonder against Carissa Yip. And yeah, looks like this game went kind of exactly as we were expecting. King h1, knight h5 was played. White goes queen b3, just abandoning the knight and allowing black to double the pawns. Of course, the rook is pinned, so there's no rook takes f3 possible. Now knight e2, rook a f8, rook a b1, and bishop d8 played. And yeah, very unusual position to my eyes. I mean, I was still expecting black to go king h8 at any moment and just take on f3. Honestly, I feel like the onus is kind of on white here, right? To figure out what he's gonna do against this plan. Because like, I mean, just feels like black's play is very simple. King h8, rook f3, queen h3, and just playing for this kingside attack just looks very obvious.
Yeah, I don't know. I think white can try some strikes in the center.
Mhm.
Maybe d4, you have to try something now.
Right.
Other than that, yeah, rook g1, king h8. Yeah, I'm not sure what a Wonder has in mind here. I mean, you don't want to have to play a move like knight g1. I think that is definitely not something that white wants to even consider.
Hmm.
Because if you have to go that route, it's already looking like the game is heading in the wrong direction. Also, maybe some counterplay with queen c4, queen a6, something along those lines makes sense to me.
Yeah. He has to come up with something here. That's for sure. And he on his last move, Rook B1, he spent looks like 22 minutes. And now he's spending a few minutes here. My guess is Rook B1, okay, he wanted to play Queen B7. And yeah, if you get the queens off the board, then it looks kind of nice for white because your king safety is not so much of an issue and you have a lot of pawns on the queen side you can attack, like C6 and A6. But after Carissa's move, Bishop D8, which I like in spirit, because it stops white's idea of queen b7, keeps an eye on the a5 pawn. Like black is officially down a pawn, although it really doesn't feel like that with these pawns being doubled. I think black doesn't really care about being a pawn down, and it's just about getting activity. But something like d4, yeah, needs to be played here very quickly by white, I think, in order to get counterplay. Because king h8
I'm
is
starting to
coming.
like it. Yeah, after d4, king h8, let's say we swap pawns on e5,
Mm-hmm.
rook fd1, and the c6 and a6 pawns are definitely a liability. And as dangerous as rook takes f3 could look, I don't know if black will have any immediate threats. So that could give white time. Oh, and by the way, let's say the queen moves to h3.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking if we had some sort of tactic
We
like
do.
rook g8 and queen f7, but there's queen f3 intermezzo, unfortunately.
But we can flip the move order. We can just take on f7, and it's GG. Just queen
Oh,
f7,
yeah,
rook
that's right.
d8 is just
There we go. There we go.
just back mate. So no, you're yeah,
So
exactly.
so that's why, yeah, just pawn takes e5 seemed, or d4 and pawn e5 seemed very intuitive to me. And letting that rook on f3 crash through is not the biggest deal in the world,
Hmm.
as long as you have your own counterplay set up. So I would imagine a Wonder out of necessity will play this aggressive central move. Yeah, you just need counterplay. You have control of the B file. Now the G file is not going to really do anything for you, so you have to adapt and switch your plan. So I like this. I like this for white, but I'm not really sure what's supposed to happen after D4. I
Yeah,
really have
honestly,
no
I'm
idea.
I'm not totally convinced. To me, it still feels like White's king could fall under danger, and it feels like I wonder wasn't either because he actually ends up playing knight g1, a move we both thought kind of, I mean, not likely to be played. Let's just put it that way. At least this one feels like it's admitting that something has not quite gone right for White. Like this can't be the position he wanted. I don't know. Maybe this is just some super deep Leela Zero type, of play where like you just put your knight on g1 and you dominate both rooks and you stop the queen coming and rook fc1 and you just say that white is winning on the queen side before black can do anything. But yeah, kind of surprising. I mean, I feel like
I
if you're
think
Carissa
white's
here, you're
okay
kind of
though.
happy about this.
Oh yeah, this seems like a moral victory, at least in the short term.
Mhm.
But still, white has the same ideas. It's just a little bit slower, and you don't have to gambit a pawn. So maybe this is the more practical approach for a Wonder. Maybe he feels I don't have to give away that pawn on f3, and I can still play d4 and take on e5 and go rook d1. But he may regret the knight on g1 when the board does open up. There would be better prospects, or even when playing d4, pawn d4, instead of going bishop d4, you'd have the ability to play knight takes d4. But I digress. I think yeah, I probably would have opted for d4, but knight g1 seems like the safer, more practical route.
Yeah. Now I expect like we have to see king h8 from black. I mean, you just need to unpin this rook so you always have the option of taking on f3. going like knight f4, this kind of thing. Yeah, really, really unusual position. Hard to evaluate for me. My guess is it's somewhere in the range of equal. It's like both sides I think are okay. But yeah, I would expect king h8 from Carissa. Just the most flexible move. Just unpinning the rook and maybe looking to sack on f3 at some point if the timing is correct. Okay, let's go to board 2 in this section. This is Shunkai against Robert Shlyatenko. Not too many updates here. We had rook e1 being played, bishop d7, knight e5, bishop d6, and now white has played knight takes d7, grabbing the bishop pair. I think we're going to expect queen takes d7 here, and yeah, it just looks like pair of bishops for white, although very solid position for black. You can transfer the bishop to f6 on this long diagonal. Knight on d5 is really solid. I would say white has very little here in terms of like an objective advantage.
It's just, yeah, optically better for white. I think we could start off with the move c3, and you're not worried about knight f4 in view of bishop takes f4, bishop f4, and queen e4. Well, maybe f5. So you could go bishop h7 first at a minimum, and then queen e4. So I think that's for sure the other way to play it. But no, I mean, you have to favor white here, and then you can even, after c3, you could even consider something like g3 and putting your bishop on e4. And you don't mind playing g3 because you can sort of fianchetto that light squared bishop. The only thing is, where do we put the dark squared bishop? So that's what we have to figure out. But you have to favor white at least somewhat here because of the bishop pair.
Yeah, at least a little bit. And now we see queen e4 on the board, asking a question to black whether you're going to play g6 or knight f6. Knight f6 again kind of is dealt with like with queen h4, and then white has like bishop g5 and on the air and in the air, and yeah, a little bit annoying for black's king side. You could instead see g6, but then the bishop gets the h6 square. White also has like h4, h5 ideas. So you like this queen e4, just kind of poking and probing a bit to see how black is going to cover the king side. Certainly not the most exciting position, so let's keep going. Let's see how Ruyang's doing. And wow, this is a structure unlike one I think I've seen before. Look at this. Look at these pawns.
I think a sack is being, it's screaming to be played here. Is it not?
Yeah, let's just see how we got here. So we last saw e4, knight b6 was played, a5, knight c8, d5, taking a lot of space, e5, a very thematic sacrifice where you push a d5 and then e5. The point is that we take away the d5 square from black's knight. Had white pushed e5 first, then knight d5, and black is at least solid. So d5, e5, knight d4, bishop c5, takes on c6, bc, and then yeah, it just feels like knight takes d5 is 100% asking to be played here.
Is it not winning? Because after pawn takes, bishop takes, obviously bishop takes f7 is in the air, as well as the rook on a8. So
yeah, and it's on the board. Knight takes d5. This has been played.
Yeah,
so we're about to
because
see
I was
this.
kind of looking ahead again. Sorry.
No, by all means.
Sometimes that's the only way I can keep up with you. I just have to look ahead and give myself a chance, you know?
I mean, I think there's a way out for black. I think you can go knight cd6 to avoid losing a lot of material.
Really? Knight cd6 and then you take on a8, queen a8. I guess you're just down in exchange.
Okay. Yeah, it's exchange and a pawn. Or I mean, black is a pawn for the exchange, but also like you do have this kind of long diagonal for your queen on the light squares. So it's probably not enough. Yeah, bishop f4, just take on d6, you win the c4 pawn. Certainly not going to be enough here.
This is not what Ruyang had envisioned, and we were talking about the situation where psychologically it's just easier for white to play these situations by far. Ruyang being the higher rated player, also a full point ahead of the pack,
Hmm.
and uh, almost just not even worrying about a loss, you would think, but you don't want Ambika to come back though, and she's just gonna play whatever she needs to close the gap. So what is it, 5-4 right now? Rui Yang has 5, Ambika full point behind. Yeah, she's just gonna play like this, and this is what we kind of were thinking.
Yeah.
I think,
Actually,
yeah, this is not fun.
I'm still not convinced. Bishop takes d5. Black could also just play like knight e7, because white already sacked one piece. And if white takes the rook, then it's 2 minor pieces for the rook. If they take on f7 here, then it's queen and 2 pieces, or rook and 2 pieces for the queen. Like takes, rook takes d8, rook takes
Oh, and
d8.
then F2 is in the air as well.
And
Oh,
f2
okay.
is hanging. Now, granted, yeah, there's like the c4 pawn, but yeah, I mean, rook and 2 pieces is a lot of material, even though white does get a bunch of pawns. So to me, this is actually kind of unclear still. The other option actually that white could play is rook takes d5. Just hitting the queen and the bishop, and then on queen e7 you go rook takes c5, followed by bishop takes a8. And this would be kind of a different game where material is actually equal, but white has like 2 bishops in very open position. Like bishop e3 coming, bishop b7, and so on.
Whose turn is it right now?
So live game is c takes d5, and now Ambika is thinking here. Another suggestion from Cool Logics to go bishop takes d5, knight e7, bishop g5. Just playing to pin black up a bit.
Yeah, as long as you can get away with it.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
but
it
here I
makes
think black
sense,
could just
sure.
sack the queen with I think just queen takes d5.
Seems like the simple solution.
Yeah. Although
Queen
rook
takes,
takes,
take,
knight
take.
takes, queen c4, it's tricky. Bishop e7 maybe, and black is no, rook on a8 is hanging, so this is not working. This is not working. So yeah, bishop g5 is another move worth considering here. Yeah.
But rook d5, though, in view of the variations that we just looked at, I'm beginning to believe that rook d5 might be the easier way to play it, just like you were saying. Yeah, the texture of the position, rook d5, queen e7, rook c5, queen c5, bishop takes a8, and then you have the bishop pair.
Yeah. In very open
And
position.
yeah, and that position seems busted for black. Just completely busted.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Bishop e3 coming. Yeah, you don't really have c6 because just bishop e3, then bishop b7. The bishop will get out, and a lot of
So
black's pawns are weak.
is white just in the classic situation of being spoiled for choice?
I think so. I mean, it's possible she had bishop takes d5 in mind, and then she realized, oops, knight e7, maybe it's not that much material. I'm actually winning here. And now she's thinking.
This
Um,
shows some good good impulse control. I mean,
yeah, for sure. Oh, I think we lost connection there for a sec, but you were saying good impulse control.
yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it shows good impulse control, especially for some of these younger players. It's always nice to see that. And I will tell you that she doesn't want to spend too much time here. You don't want a situation where you are overthinking this. You don't want like 25 minutes to come off the clock, but hey, spend 5, maybe 10 more minutes and then really have your intuition guide you from there. Because at the end of the day, none of us are computers, and you're gonna have to play the position which kind of suits your style the most. But I can see where the the crossroads are. Do you want to play these positions with an imbalance of pieces? Do you want to play the end game with the bishop pair against the knights? It really comes down to what she's more comfortable with, and I
Yeah,
think that's probably going to be the final factor in her decision making.
yeah, but big choice here for for white for sure. I'm with you. I think I would go rook takes d5. This line we were looking at bishop takes knight e7, bishop g5. I feel like black just goes queen c8, just gets out of the pin, and white's down a piece. They have to take the rook at some point, feels like, and then black gets 2 pieces for the rook. Not so practical, I think, to go for this. I just believe in the 2 pieces, even though, admittedly, black is pretty passive here. But
I don't know. This looks pretty good too.
actually, yeah, I mean, bishop on c5 and
It's
e
not scary at all. White just
e7 is
seems to be
hanging.
crushing.
Yeah, I mean, no, this could just be like just winning material still
Yeah,
because
cruise control.
I don't know. Well, actually,
And you
no.
can't
There's queen
go queen
a7.
c6.
Yeah,
Oh.
queen c6, bishop takes e7, but there is queen
Well,
a7.
hold on. Hold on. If
Oh,
queen
oh, you're
c6,
right.
bishop e7, bishop f2.
You're right. Queen c6 is a big move.
Like
Yeah,
wow, that
so many
can you
tactics.
imagine if that happened? Yeah, a lot to calculate for sure.
Yeah. No, but now, yeah, now I really like queen c6 because it stops um, rook
I think you
d7.
I think you can just go rook ac1
Still
calmly
the
though.
rook ac1, and then black starts regretting. Why did I get myself into this pin? Yeah, never mind. I'm back to queen a7 now.
I just wanted to point out that tactic. That
No, it's
could
a
be
nice one.
something interesting that happens. Yeah.
So queen a7.
I you just take on e7 and say go ahead, take on f2. I think that's the simple approach. And then you go rook ac1 and stop any of the bishop to c5 nonsense.
Yeah, so bishop takes, rook ac1.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you, Quill Logic, and yeah, Kostya first brought that up. Just rook takes d5, and I think we are all on the rook takes d5 train.
Yeah, it just seems simpler here. Yeah, equal material, 2 bishops, open
Yeah.
position. Rook a4 coming, bishop b7, bishop b3. Yeah, big advantage for white. Hopefully she doesn't spend too much time here because, like, this is something where, I mean, it's a critical moment for sure, but feels like, yeah, you just have to, you evaluate one position as just clearly better, the other one, I think, kind of unclear. And so you just go for the advantage.
Yeah, don't second guess yourself here. Whatever you decided was the better variation and version of the winning position is what you have to do. I mean, it's gotten you this far. And, if she does take down Rui Yang, then she will be in a tie for first. So she
Yeah.
definitely can control some of her destiny. And we were talking about tie breaks earlier. So if any of these players are in the lead and they decide to take a draw and the tie breaks don't work in their favor, you have to think of it sort of like a prize fighter or boxer, MMA, where they have the old saying, "Don't leave it up to the judges." So if you want to avoid that situation, you have to say, "All right, I'm going to take it," and not leave it up to the judges, or in this case, leave it up to the tie breaks.
Yeah,
Yes, no
exactly.
draws. No draws.
Oh, all right, let's check in with Viome. This is board 1 of the Barber, the junior high tournament of state champions. Viome and Terry Luo are on 4.5 points each, half a point ahead of everyone else. And Nico and Evan Park here, the top 2 seeds, are on 4 points, duking it out as well. So we'll check in with their game too. So this was the Jobava London with the early h4, h5, c5. White opened the h file, castles queenside as is usual for this line. Black goes rook d8, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop e2, takes, rook a c8, g4, b5. Now bishop h6 is played, bishop h8, bishop goes back to g5, bishop retreats to g7. That feels like kind of a somewhat unnecessary move. Not sure if white was really threatening anything. And now he takes on f6. And based on black's time usage, feels like he didn't quite expect this coming because bishop takes f6 and knight takes d5. I think he's just winning a pawn. I mean, because the point here is like if black just takes with the bishop, knight takes d5, queen takes d2, white can throw in knight takes f6, check, e takes f6, rook takes d2. And to just continue the line a little bit, after c takes d4, d4 pawn is now hanging. White can throw in bishop takes c6, the other capture, and then keep an extra pawn in this rook endgame. So I get the feeling Terry didn't quite anticipate all these tactics coming, because now the forcing play has started, and black hasn't really figured out whether this is going to work out or not.
And I think this is a good game theory approach too. If you can just say, all right, I'm going to be up a pawn in an endgame, and
Yeah.
you can control your destiny too. Now, I think, of course, Viam's just going to be playing for the win regardless. Uh, but looking at the results, yeah, if they do draw, there are a few people that could potentially catch them still. So yeah, I think I take that back. Viam's just going to be playing for the win. End
Yeah,
of
definitely.
story.
I think you get an extra pawn here, and you possibly trade the queens off. I don't know. I mean, from black's point of view, maybe you should just play ef6, knight takes d5, and then move your queen somewhere, any square that you can find, maybe pushing b4 or queen a6, and then just playing the middle game and taking your chances there.
Well, on the flip side, though, do you just say, hey, if you're Terry, since you're tied for first with Viam, that a draw isn't the worst thing in the world, and then you do go to tie breaks
I mean,
instead of opting for this?
at this point, a draw is definitely not bad. I think the problem is like the draw is not guaranteed, because I think in this endgame we just saw, like white just gets a clean extra pawn and is just gonna press. So it's kind of just like you're playing for two results as black, but like, one of those results is a loss, the other one is a draw, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it also just feels like a very, because it's one pawn up, but we also have to recognize that, black has double pawns on the king side. So it's 4 versus 2 on the queen side, 2 versus 3 on the king side. It's almost like white has 2 pawns up when we just look at the queen side here. So
Yeah, I
it's
agree
pretty
with you.
bad.
Just
Yeah,
yeah, it's not even one of those end games where you say, all right, I'm gonna try to just sit tight, hold back, and try to draw. Yeah, I think from a practical standpoint, keeping queens on the board is better for all the possible variations for black, at least,
right. So yeah,
or outcomes, I should say.
that endgame looks bad. We do see bishop f6 being played. Yeah, I was thinking for better or for worse, you just go e d5, knight takes d5, queen a6, and you just hope for the best here. I mean, still some chances you have play on the d file. One day maybe you can find a way to break with f5 and open up the bishop. Both positions are bad, but here I think at least there's like more upside for black. Instead, we do see bishop takes f6, and so curious what he's going to do after knight takes d5. Maybe he wants to keep the queens on this way and just play something like queen a6 and allow white to take on f6. This is also a possibility, just to play this position. Maybe actually even an interesting try, because it's like now we have knight versus bishop. White can take on c6, but then queen takes c6. You have some pressure against the d-pawn. Here, yeah, I would say black has much better drawing chances than the rook endgame. So maybe this is Terry's intention. Okay, well, hoping for a draw in this section is Nico Chase, or on this game is Nico Chasen and Evan Park, and they just have an insane game. Look at this position. Oh my god. It definitely feels like, yeah, black sacrificed a piece. This was the Stonewall. I was saying this was going to be like a long drawn out strategic battle, but the players had other intentions clearly. c5, g4, very aggressive play from whites, and Evan decides to open the center, takes on e5, bishop c5 check, king g2. Now knight takes g4, sacking the piece to go bishop c6 check, king g3, and now just simple move rook a d8. Yeah, would it be fair to say that Nico is chasing the leaders? I'd say it's pretty fair. It's a pretty fair game. Yeah, I mean, a piece is a piece, but at the same
But
time, I
I
wouldn't
don't
want to be
like
white
where
here.
white has parked the king.
Yeah,
Well, I
same.
mean, since we're doing that, all right, Kostya, keep it going.
Yeah, no, I mean, me either, in all seriousness. It's king on g3 is looking very scary. And yeah, I mean,
Yeah, good stuff by Evan though. I love it. Playing, he knows he has to play for the win, sacrifice, and it just looks like a sound sacrifice. I mean, the bishops are raking across the diagonals. All of Black's pieces are going to play in the attack, and what can White do to be productive in the meantime? I think Black is going to play something like Queen G5 sooner than later, with intentions of Rook takes D3 and Queen takes G4. So that's going to be one problem to start with. Yeah, it looks very bleak from White's perspective, and you don't even have to have like a checkmate or anything like that. It just seems like anything White does will be a problem.
right. Yeah, I'm trying to find a move for white. My first thought was knight f3, but then there's f takes g4, and your king has to like continue walking up like that. Feels very unlikely to work out. Although maybe king takes. I don't know. Maybe white can actually survive this. Really hard to say. I was also thinking about knight b3, which I think could be a better option just to go after one of black's bishops. But then, yeah, needs to be calculated. There's queen g5 coming, and I don't know. No, queen g5 is not working because knight takes c5 covers the bishop on d3. So there's no rook takes d3, queen takes g4 brilliancies available. So maybe knight b3 is my main candidate move right now for white. Um,
Yeah, I would have to calculate here. After knight b3, you just have to look for all the like checks, forcing moves, things like that. Now, f4 needs to be considered. Rook takes d3 needs to be considered. Those are at least the points where I would start. That's what I would tell any student for sure. So start with that. But I really don't know which one is correct. Queen g5 also makes sense. But no, actually, queen g5, you give up c5. I was looking at some rook takes d3 ideas.
yeah,
So yeah, knight
yeah, knight
b3 seems to
b3,
stop that. Yeah.
knight b3 played. So Nico agrees. He thinks this is a critical defense, and it makes sense. A lot of times you want to challenge your opponent's kind of most active pieces. Okay, Chess Lover has a line for us here. So f4 suggested. Let's take a look at this one. Rook takes f4, takes, king takes, rook takes d3, queen takes d3. Now queen f8 check. Ooh, very dangerous. Wow, what a line.
This seems like some computer analysis or something. This is too tricky.
Let's
Yeah,
see,
this is
king
hard to
d3,
spot.
queen f2, and bishop g2 is just mate. So
I don't know about rook takes d3, like being able to see all of this, but I think the practical choice here. So if I'm in the game after rook f4, uh, I think most players would gravitate towards rook f8 check. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know what you guys are free to disagree with me in the chat, but yeah, rook f8. I guess just king g3 is a problem, but
no, I think this is
yeah.
findable. Yeah, I mean, it is all forcing, and we were looking at all these moves: f4, rook takes d3. The hardest move to spot, I think, is queen f8 check, like this backwards move. But I like to think about this a lot when I'm like teaching students, especially in terms of like calculation. A lot of times, during a game, you need to kind of believe that you have something, almost like you're solving a puzzle. There's a solution. I think then you're much more likely to kind of find it. Because if you're not like, if you don't really believe in the attack as black, if you're not like fully invested, then you might think like, okay, I just need to like kind of keep the game going. And then you only think about quiet moves like bishop b6 and this kind of thing. But if you really believe in it, and I think you should because you sacked a piece, like you should be feeling optimistic. It is doable to just calculate like these very direct forcing lines and make it work as long as you can keep the position visualized and keep the position clear in your mind's eye. I think it is doable. And just to see this other line after f4, takes rook d3, queen f8. If the king goes to g5, then it looks like the bishops deliver in a instructive checkmate with bishop e7, and then okay, there's g6, but bishop e8, and yeah, white gets mated on the side of the board. I don't know. I think it's a big chance for Evan. I mean, it looks good.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. It's a little easier to see than I thought. But one cool thing too, and I think this is why I hesitated, was after rook takes d3, I was looking at knight takes c5. So in this exact line, rook f4, king f4, rook d3, knight c5, and we just have this g5 move. So that's what I missed
Oh,
when
it's
I
so
was doing
beautiful.
my preliminary analysis, actually.
Yeah. Now f4 played on the board. So bravo, Evan. He's
Man, look at this.
calculating
These
this.
guys are locked in today. I mean, knight g4, bishop c6. I'm just looking across the games and I see nothing but fighting spirit.
Yeah.
And that's what you can ask for as a chess player, a chess fan, even a chess parent. It's like, hey, your kid or your family members putting it all on the line, no fear. And that's what you would expect from some of the top players in the country. And don't get me wrong, I'm not leaving out the senior section. I'm sure their their fathers and their mothers are rooting them on, right? Or maybe their spouses or something like that. Definitely rooting them on, if you catch my drift.
Yep. Now I was just thinking here. I mean, f4, king h3 feels like maybe the move you just gotta play to avoid getting mated. But does black have a forced win here? King h3.
Oh, so queen g5 was played?
No, f4
Oh, oh,
check is on the board, and now white's
oh.
thinking about it. Um, and yeah, king h3 feels like the critical move here.
What is a pirate's favorite letter? R, I'm guessing. Come on, what kind of easy question is this?
What else? What else could it be?
Come on.
Maybe a
Do you
letter
do
of
you know who
employment.
do you know who you're dealing with here?
Oh, it's the C. Nice.
Ha 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 ha. I think
I'm still
both
thinking
work.
about king h3. I'm still looking for how black wins this.
I mean,
King
rook takes d3 again, I guess.
king h3 is not played, but I mean it just feels super forced. I mean rook takes f4,
Ah,
loses on the
queen g,
spot.
like queen g5 ideas. I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then queen h6 again with the backwards checks.
Yeah, something like that. But I'm wondering, do you? I don't know about rook takes d3. Why? Yeah, just queen g5. Okay, so queen g5, maybe bishop e4. So do you snap the bishop off first?
Right.
It seems to be the route. And it's funny, you can just leave this bishop hanging on c5. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so this is my only concern. So, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. You've gone this far, one piece, two piece, three piece, every piece.
But rook takes d3, queen g5. There's still going to be rook f3 to block.
Yeah. Wondering about bishop to e3. Seems like a fun one.
Yeah. Okay, actually, we're going to see this. So king h3 on the board. Rook takes d3 on the board.
I mean, this is just fantastic. So these guys are in what section? We're talking
This is
about
board 2 of the Barber, the junior
the
high.
Barber. Yeah, it's impressive stuff, I must say. This is why they're competing for a national championship. This speaks volumes. And I earned a lot of respect for Evan Park. I mean, just
Yeah, really strong player.
tactically picking apart white. It's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not like fully seeing the win. Like queen takes d3. We were looking at queen g5, rook f3, h5 was suggested. There is rook g1, then bishop takes g1. So that's probably no bueno. Well, there's no rook g1, and this is looking very tough for white. Because gh, queen takes, king g2, queen g4, and black is taking the rook and getting queen g1 maybe. King f1 here. It's still not 100% over. This bishop takes f3, knight takes c5. Somehow still
Games like this is why we
kicking
play
for white.
chess.
Yeah. I love
This is
playing
fun
games like
stuff.
this as black.
Yeah, of course, of course. This is fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool. All right, I guess we'll come back to this one. But I expect this game to kind of end soon, one way or the other. Let's see another game we haven't really looked at yet for too long. Let's check out Henry Dang against Rio. Just update everyone on what's going on here. This was the classical Sicilian, so this is the game Rio needs to win as black to tie for first. And he did end up offering a queen trade here with queen to c5. I think a good practical decision because to me it feels like black has decent chances in the endgame. And that's kind of something you can grind for many, many moves. That said, I think white is doing quite okay here after knight c4. But it's going to be, this one's going to be a long one, I think. I think black is looking to put pressure on the g file, looking to push h4. And white is going to be kind of hoping to play against the center, I think, with maybe some e5 or some f5 break. Yeah, last game definitely reminds me of Rotlewi Rubinstein for sure. The same kind of ideas. That game was famous for like rook takes c3 and rook d2. Here we see rook takes d3.
Played in Lodz, 1907, I want to say. LODZ. Yeah, that's one of my favorite games as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, that game was always so funny to me because like Rubinstein is known to be the super dry positional player, like really good at end games, and some players back then were kind of talking smack about him, like not being like super tactical. But then this game is just like one of the greatest combinations of all time, just like super fancy. Okay, I don't think we'll spend too long on this game. Looks like close to even, but Rio's going to be trying to grind this one for sure. And so this is board 1 of the Rockefeller section. In board 2, we have Jasmine Zhu against Austin Tang. Now, Austin is on 4.5 points as well. So if he wins this one, he is likely to win the section, as I don't think Henry's going to be winning that game. And yeah, Austin's position looks quite comfy. This was a Sicilian we were following earlier. And looks like black was able to generate some counterplay. Induces e5, knight d4, rook takes, knight d1, queen c6, knight e3, rook a d8. And this is the live position here. Yeah, two bishops for black. The dark square bishop, not really super active in this position. White has this like c4 square available, kind of nice blockade, but overall I would say black is definitely in control here and should be pretty optimistic about his chances. That said, not the not the easiest. Yeah, this is the last round, round 6 here. So this is the final round, and then a lot of these players I assume are going to play in the U.S. Open, either the 6-day section or the 4-day section.
Yeah, that reminds me. I was telling you before, in my crazy youth, in 2003, I played 6 rounds of the Denker, 12 rounds of the U.S. Open. Play my Denker round in the morning, afternoon, and then the U.S. Open in the evening. That was in California. I think near the airport, if I'm not mistaken, like the SoCal. But when's the last time? Does anyone know when the last time there was a 12-round U.S. Open? Pete, you have any idea about that? Because I haven't seen one of those around in a really long time. Or was 2003 the last time that they had one of those?
Must have been a while. I feel like the first U.S. Open I played was I think it was in Arizona.
Yeah, I never played there. My first one was the 2000. I want to say it was in St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah, I'm positive actually. So that was my first one. And then my next one was probably '03. Wow, 2003 was the last time, 12 rounds. And so I don't, well, yeah, 12 rounds sounds brutal, but I played 18. I guess I loved chess back then. Chess lover.
Yeah, might know a thing or two about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, this game is still very much up for grabs, I would say. Um, so yeah, I don't know what to expect here. Like black, I mean, you could see black even playing like f6 at some point just to open up the dark squares. Um, or maybe just g6 to blunt white's bishop. Like I feel like both moves are very possible here. But it won't be easy for black to win this one. I think white is just holding very, very solid here. Yeah. All right, let's
Yeah,
check out yeah, go ahead.
it seems like we both prefer the black side, but it's not super clear how to break through or anything like that. I
Right.
think sometimes these positions rely on a little help from your opponent, so that they're not exactly sure what to do. Then boom, they make a pawn move, create a little weakness, and then you have your second target. Because I don't have a clear plan for black, but I like black, but I still haven't found exactly how to proceed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, Austin's thinking about it. I guess he's gonna try to figure it out. Let's check in with that King's Indian we had on board too. This was one of our most interesting games of the day. And yeah, we've had a lot of changes here. We did end up seeing kind of the classic f3, and black immediately just advances f4, g5, starts pushing on the king side, king h1, king h7, bc5, knight c5. Yeah, surprising decision here. Bishop takes c5 rather than trading knights on c5 as you would normally expect. Black goes bc, rook b7 played, and now bishop c8, rook drops back, rook to g8. And this is one of the things about these positions. It's like you have the open b file as white, but it's kind of hard to do anything with it because the main entry square is covered. Rook b8 just leads to trades followed by queen to c7. And so black is just continuing to push g4 here. So we see bishop to d1. Pretty thematic plan to play bishop a4, bishop c6, and go after the rook. Bishop a6 was the response, and now bishop a4. Sacrificing the c4 pawn. Very interesting, actually, here from Doug. Um, my guess is he wants to get in with bishop c6 and maybe rook b7 and play for some initiative. Like take here, rook c8, rook b7, and uses rooks on the 7th rank. Kind of the thing you want to do in these positions as white. Like you're happy to sacrifice a pawn if it means your pieces get to invade the position. It's now like rook d7 is going to be threatened, followed by a second rook coming to b7. Could be very annoying for black to deal with all this.
Yeah, it looks fun for white.
Yeah, very fun. And vice versa, not so fun for black, who might be thinking just about how to proceed. That's the other move. Black could just play g4 here, but the attack is not super obvious for black on the king side. Like you go g4, but then what? Knight on g7 is very much in the way here. So yeah, super double-edged position.
It doesn't seem to have the same bite of a normal King's Indian. It just comes down to the piece placement.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, if you have to find time to defend the queen side, then the attack is not going to work in your favor most of the time. Because really it's supposed to be, all right, I'm going on this side of the board, you're going on that side of the board. Whoever forces their opponent to react to them first usually has the edge in these types of positions. Not this exact one, of course, but even though I'm a King's Indian player, I do like white better here.
Yeah, usually that is the case. Like once white starts kind of dictating the play, it can be very problematic for black. Yeah. All right, let's see. And yeah, big time edge for Doug. So that's, I think, certainly going to count because there's no second time control here. Alex Matros is just going to be in time pressure for the rest of the game, and yeah, that's going to be tough to handle. Let's check out board one in this section. Of course, these are our two leaders, but this game, yeah, it's just looking more and more drawish as we get a lot of trades in the position. Normally trades favor white, but I still think black is doing perfectly fine. We had a trade of dark squared bishops, then Doug opted to trade off all the rooks, and now we have two knights against knight and bishop. Still white has this better structure in the long run, but black's light square bishop sitting on e8 is still the best minor piece on the board potentially, and yeah, I think this is yeah, just looking extremely drawish. But if I had to pick a side, I still think I would take white actually at this point, just because you do have the 3 versus 2, and as the players get into time pressure, you're gonna have knight versus bishop. Um, the knight is gonna be kind of tricky in this position. Yeah, question about the what happens in the event of a tie. I believe they are doing some kind of mathematical tiebreak. I don't know if that's going to be the case here or not, but yeah, maybe we can find out more specifically if someone knows who exactly gets the qualification spot for the U.S. senior closed.
I have a proposal though. Why don't they have the senior section only play bullet chess? I think over the board only.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a playoff. I feel like for the other sections, it's more about there's just going to be a mathematical tiebreak. Yeah, in terms of the prizes, it feels like they're going to be using a mathematical tiebreak, but I don't know about the qualification spot. And that's not, yeah, it doesn't seem to be clear on the site.
If you win, just put yourself in the best position. I guess that's the short and sweet answer, but maybe not the one that everyone wants to hear. It's always nice if you know as a player kind of going into the round where you stand and what you may need. But you know, if you win your game, I guess that's all you can do really at the end of the day.
Yeah, during the round, I try not to worry about it as like a player. I just because yeah, you have to win your game or you have to draw your game. You need to get the result first, and then and only then, yeah, you start worrying about okay, what's the tie break? Is there going to be a playoff? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Pete can find out a little bit more about how they're going to be breaking the tie here. By the way, we do have a result. We have a draw agreed in the game between Shun Kai Ping and Robert Shlyatenko. This is the French that we thought was pretty even, and looks like the players repeated moves here. Bishop g7, bishop g5, bishop f6. So that's a pretty nice result for a wonder, because Shunkai had 4.5 points going into this round. He's now going to have 5 points, and that means that a Wonderliang will win the section if he manages to win the game. Let's actually check in, see how he's doing here. This was a really complicated game he's had against Carissa. So bishop takes a5 was played, kind of getting back the pawn. Bishop c3, rook fc1, bishop d4, offering this pawn to white. Wonder decides to take on c6, queen a7, rook e1, queen e7, and Wonder is just collecting pawns here. Carissa's playing on the king side and looking to play for the attack, but right now white is up 2 pawns. I guess in practical terms, feels like white is just up 1 pawn. This passed a pawn is going to start running up the board. White's doubled f pawn doesn't seem to be too significant here, but kind of a classic battle. Either black checkmates or black loses on the queen side. Very King's Indian-esque, and yeah, should be pretty sharp position. Why don't we quickly evaluate this one, and then we'll go to break here. Queen g5, kind of most obvious move, I think, is just met with bishop takes f4, and white trades off the bishop for this knight on f4. But maybe that's what you do here as black anyway. Maybe you just go queen g5 takes, rook takes, and you look for your chances on the h file, the rook h4, queen h5, this kind of thing. I mean, it kind of looks dangerous for white, doesn't it? Like, I don't feel like the attack is coming.
Yeah, I'm having a very difficult time evaluating this.
Right.
I guess that makes sense, that the game that would give me the most trouble is between arguably the 2 best players in all the tournaments combined. I think they're the 2 highest rated, if I'm not mistaken.
They are the 2 highest rated in the Denker, yeah, top 2 seats.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, queen g5, bishop f4. What are you supposed to do here? Do you just go for some rook trade?
One interesting.
I know rook c8 seems like a bailout for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if white is able to trade pieces and yeah, kill off the attack, then white is doing very well. Also on queen g5, we have to consider bishop f4, rook takes f4, and just very caveman move knight h3, which I'm not totally sure, but could be good, because like queen h5 hitting the f3 pawn, white can go knight takes f4, queen takes f3, knight g2, and simply defend. And I think white wins this. So if black has to take with the pawn, then the attack is certainly not as good.
Yeah, I think black has to play queen takes f4.
Maybe queen takes f4, right?
Or pawn takes f4, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was thinking queen takes makes sense because you want to keep the f file open. But then it's not as quick, and white gets their rook c8 and starts trading pieces.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at a different position, I think. That's probably... Yeah, so queen g5, bishop f4, yes, queen f4 there. And then I was thinking rook c2. So I think you have to guard f2. You don't want that situation where it's bishop f2, bishop g1, and then your king side collapses.
Right. So probably this is what Carissa's calculating right now. Queen g5 takes, and then hoping to take on f2, taking on g1, and crashing on f3.
What else is
Yeah.
black supposed to try here?
Yeah, that's a good question. What else can black consider? I'm not sure. Really hard to say. I guess Carissa will find out for us if there's another move.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I don't see, just don't see another move. Take on e3, white takes with the pawn. Knight has to drop back. Maybe knight g6, knight h4 is an idea. Go after the f3 pawn, but of course it feels very, very slow. That would be the only other thing I would consider here for now. I guess queen h4 is an option as well, because you really do want to take on f4 with a piece. Like, so maybe queen h4 is how black does that. And then bishop takes f4, rook takes f4. Then you still have ideas here, like queen h5, rook h4, this kind of thing. Or queen takes f2. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems reasonable to me. But it's funny,
I think
how we were really questioning the merits of knight g1, and if this was just an admission that the position wasn't what a Wonder had really wanted in the position. But if it's just going to slow down black that much and give him these practical opportunities, I guess I can't really second guess a Wonder's decision, because I think I wanted d4 earlier in the position instead of knight g1 on move 21. But it seems like this is a simple enough way to play. And I think it's a sign that if we're struggling to find good variations for black, that white's position is probably just fine. It's usually a good indication that one side is at least equal when you have a hard time finding good plans for one side of the board.
Yeah, and we do see this taking place. Queen g5 play, bishop f4. Now queen takes f4. This is the live position. Yeah, this one kind of makes sense because here you still have a plan of rook f6, rook h6, which at least can create some difficulties for whites. And now Wonder
But
is thinking.
this
Yeah.
attack always seems to be neutralized by rook c8, though. Just always. Just those open files, a quick rook trade can save the day. Just seems like that. But yeah, I like rook c2 here. Just guard f2. You don't want the knight to get captured on g1, and then I think your king side does collapse at that point.
Yeah, because rook c8 here, black just takes on f2, and then gets ready to take on g1, takes on f3, and yeah, it feels like white's king looks super weak. Rook c2, well then at least black has time to start lifting rooks. Can start with rook f6, rook h6, and then white is going to have to figure out how to maybe play h3, but somehow we'll have to defend the position. But that is a problem for black, because like you can't lift both rooks, because then you will always have back rank problems.
Yeah, the more I look at this, if white can just hold firm on the king side, then I mean, white does have a pass to a pawn.
Yeah, once
So
the counterplay stops.
theoretically,
Right.
yeah, once black runs out of ideas, then white just says, "All right, now here comes the a pawn."
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what a Wonder is playing for here. He just wants to neutralize all the counterplay. Then a pawn just runs, and very difficult for
Not
black.
easy, not
Yeah.
easy. Practically
Okay,
speaking, at least.
he's spending his time here. Will, let's take another break as these games approach time trouble. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, everyone, and we will yeah, be following a lot of these games as they wrap up, and a lot of winners are decided. So still a lot of action left in these invitational events. We'll be seeing you guys soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to the US Open. We are covering the final round of the US Open Invitationals. We've got the Haring, the Irwin, the Denker, the Barber, and the Rockefeller Tournament of State Champions. And yeah, a lot of interesting games here going on the top boards. Pretty much every section still up for grabs in terms of the winners. We were last looking at this game between Wonderliang and Carissa, the top two seeds in the Denker tournament of high school champions. And actually, I wonder was basically thinking for our entire break, just recently played this move rook to c8 after something like 17 minutes of thought here. Clearly calculating a lot. I mean, I don't blame him. It's such a sharp position. You have black, getting ready to play rook f6, rook h6. With his last move, he's allowing bishop takes f2, but clearly he has kind of calculated something here and feels okay about his chances. Now, what are we expecting? I mean, I think black takes on f2, but then what is white going to do from here? What do you think?
Probably rook b8. And then the idea, let's see, rook b8 is bishop takes f2 a thing? Well, bishop f2, rook b8.
Yeah, let's say bishop takes g1.
Sure. Rook f8, rook f8.
Yeah, and then probably queen takes f8 just to avoid king takes, queen takes d6 with check. But feels very drawish, this queen endgame. Looks like one side is going to be making a perpetual.
Yeah, so I think you should go queen c4 check instead of rook f8. And then after king h8, rook takes, queen takes, and then king takes g1.
Oh, and then you can't take on f3 because of the back rank. Oh, that's very accurate.
So I'm sure this is what a Wonder is playing for. And obviously he's playing for two results, which seems like a pretty good spot to be in, considering a draw still ties him for first in the Denker, and of course a win just outright wins it. So I think this is exactly where a Wonder wants to be. And this is what I was saying earlier. I always felt that at a bare minimum, white had the option to trade some rooks and go into an endgame. And of course, the A pawn seems to be the trump card in the position.
Yeah, this one definitely, this like queen endgame we could get. Certainly only white can win. Maybe black is okay, like you can start with, I don't know, something like h5 and then try to get counterplay, but white will play king g2 and look to avoid the perpetual. And then, yeah, this a pawn is just always running. It could be, yeah, just for example, it could be very tough for black. Let's say h5, king g2, black plays queen f4, then already white has queen c8 check, king h7, queen f5, forcing a queen trade, and then the a pawn is just totally unstoppable. So it feels like that one is going to be really, really tricky for black. So Carissa, who has a lot more time on the clock, she's thinking after rook to c8 because maybe, maybe black should take on c8. Maybe there's another option like queen takes, rook f8, queen e6 check, king h8, and maybe there might be more chances here. Although I don't really buy this one. Queen takes d6, followed by rook b8, and white is getting all the same counterplay as before. So, yeah, tough decision for Carissa here. We're kind of expecting a Wonder to be at least better here, maybe even close to winning. All right, let's see.
I like the practical approach. I think this is a good example of, when you're making decision making at the board, to just say, all right, well, I know if I have this variation, I have at least a draw. So it's always nice to play that style of a game.
Right, absolutely. Let's see, we did have a result. So Evan Park did win his game against Nico. Very exciting game we were watching here. And we saw this amazing combination with rook takes d3, queen g5, rook f3, and h5. And this one was just winning for black. The game finished here with queen g4, king f1, And he doesn't take on f3. He goes queen g1 check, queen g2 check, king e1, and now bishop b4 check. And here white resigned. As one way or another, he's losing the rook on f3 with check, and then he's just completely busted down material and getting mated. He couldn't go to d1 here because then bishop takes f3 comes with check, and white has no time to take on c5. So Evan with a big win. That brings up his score to 5 points. So he's going to be watching the game between Viom Vidyarthi and Terry Luo very carefully. And let's actually check in with this one. We last saw white winning a pawn here with knight takes d5. b4 played, keeping the queens on the board. I think this was a good practical decision. But now, of course, white in total control. Oh, very nice move, e4, actually. Just giving up the d4 pawn, but looking to play queen h6 with a forced mate, forcing black to play g5. White pushed d5, knight e5, bishop b2, c4. Some compensation here for black, but looks like Viom was able to kind of handle it nicely. He gets the queens off the board and keeps a clean extra pawn. Now he just took on c4, and he's 2 pawns up here. Black does have some positional compensation, but 2 pawns is a lot, and it doesn't feel like black has enough to compensate. Looks like white should just be eventually winning this one.
Yeah, this is looking really nice for white, and Viom's in the driver's seat 100%. So definitely a favorite to take down the Barber with 5.5 points. I mean, there's still a lot of game left, and the knight can put up resistance in these types of positions, but yeah, it's definitely a big edge to Viom.
Right, a lot of game left, but yeah, I think we like white's chances here. Small time edge. At some point, you can even go rook c6 and sack the exchange, but I think that's really unnecessary at this point. For now, like, okay, it's just about dealing with black's threats. Granted, okay, after black's move rook e1, he does want to go rook h2 and look to start taking stuff, but this will just be met with bishop c4. Everything is defended, so maybe white can just play for a4, a5, you know, just kind of slowly advancing the queen side. And yeah, okay, I mean, still some chances for black for sure. I mean, this knight on e5 is beautiful, king on d6 is fantastic. So we'll still require quite a bit of technique from Viom to actually win this one. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's jump to actually the Haring, the girls section. Okay, judging by the position, looks like we did see rook takes d5 by Ambika in that critical position. She came up with an amazing sack, knight takes d5 here, and after a long think, ends up playing rook takes d5, goes down this line, bishop takes a8, and we were thinking this position is just crushing for white with the 2 bishops against the 2 knights, very open position. Rook a4 played. I was thinking bishop e3 is a simpler move to try to get the bishop out from a8 and take this pawn, but rook a4 going after the c4 pawn certainly makes sense.
Yeah,
and,
why not play bishop e3 and then rook a4, right? That makes more sense, or rook c1, something like that. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that, but white still has a commanding lead in this game.
Big advantage for white. Yeah, like bishop takes c6 coming soon. And then white will just be a pawn up with the 2 bishops, completely open board, and black's knights just kind of scrambling to find decent squares. There's always tricks, but like, yeah, actually hard to see the upside here for black. After king g2, she's going to have to find a move. Maybe knight e7 is kind of the only thing I can really think of at first glance. But let's say just bishop takes c6, black can trade off one of the bishops. But then rook takes c6. Not an easy position to win, that's for sure, but I feel like white has still the better minor piece. This bishop on e3 is going to be really good. Extra pawn, more active rook, weakness on a6. A lot of small advantages that should give white a decisive edge. And a little bit extra time on the clock, 10 minutes for Ambika extra against Ruyang. So yeah, we could see the leader going down for the first time in this event. As we mentioned, it often happens in the last round. Just so much pressure. White knows she has to play for the win. She probably knows that she has a very good position here, and so yeah, hopefully feeling confident and can pull off the victory. All right, let's check in with the seniors as well. We have Igor Malnitsky against Doug Eckert, the battle of the two leaders. Now, everyone is hoping for this game to be drawn so that people can catch up, but Igor, I feel like, is looking to play this for a win. He does have the knight on a very good square on e3. He has a mobile pawn majority with f5 that he can play at some moment. At least he's going to try to prepare this one. But for now, actually, Doug is holding on. He has f5 under control, and it's not obvious how White is going to make progress here. So
that's the biggest problem. And if you control the f5 break and the white king can't access the position, then what are you really able to do? So this is what I'm going to find pretty difficult. I'm sure you can try some things like c4 to change the structure, create some potential ways for the king to get in, but still, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for White to win this game. I think Doug will most likely draw this game. I'm kind of making an early claim, but at least that's what I see.
well, knight
Yeah,
f1,
very hard
I mean,
to break through.
he is kind of... So he's changing his approach here. I think he wants to put the knight on g3, king on e3, and then maybe at some point he wants to play b4 to kind of, like you said, fight for some squares for the king and try to get the king to d4. And again, we're getting to that stage of the game. We were talking a lot about this yesterday where, like, okay, objectively the position is drawn, but like now Doug is approaching time trouble and he has to hold this position for like, 20, 30, 40 moves, which might be hard, right? Like White wants to put knight on g3, king e3, b4, and
So one other
how
thing,
does
though,
White deal with
if
that?
White tries to take this stance, they also have to be very careful about Black creating some counterplay with King d5, King c4, King b3. So I wouldn't say this is just White only can play for a win. If they get a little too ambitious, Black has some ways to make it a little interesting. I'm sure White's king can go back to d2 and c1, but still, I think Black can then begin to neutralize some of the pawns with b4 if needed. But just some ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is still my feeling is, yeah, Igor is still very ambitious here and looking to. I mean, when you play the Rui Lopez exchange variation, these are the end games that you have to learn how to grind, right? Because you still have that pawn majority. You're still looking to play for f5, and yeah, I think he's still going to be looking for his chances here. And the knight is so tricky. He already won one game against Elliott, where he just benefited from the trickiness of the knight. He found or I should say, his opponent simply blundered a knight fork that allowed Igor to win the game. And there's always chances, just simply blundering the bishop away. I've done it many times in Blitz, in these kinds of positions. And as the players approach time trouble, that's kind of what the situation we're seeing. Hoping for a draw, though, are the players on board two. The other Doug, I am Doug Root against Alexander Matros. This is a King's Indian that we've been following. And let's see, we last saw it here after bishop a4, offering the c4 pawn as a sacrifice. Black took this one. White played bishop c6 in response, and Black decided to sacrifice the exchange with queen a5. I think not wanting to see White come in with rook b7, rook d7, second rook to b7. So Black decides to give the exchange, and I'm not sure if there's going to be enough compensation here. Certainly some compensation, as White's rooks have been prevented from entering the position. But it feels like it's just a matter of time before White regroups, and eventually the rooks do get in. So we're thinking advantage White here. Is that right?
Oh yeah, but I think Black has some just annoyances to keep White little guessing here because of g4, and then the king side feels a little tender, especially if the bishop reroutes itself to c8, h3. So down the exchange, but still some some chances for a fight. So better for white, undoubtedly, but not the end of the story.
Yeah, I would say like a puncher's chance for black. You can always,
Yeah, somewhat,
right.
somewhat. But of course, we'd rather be Douglas's side of the board every day of the week.
Yeah. All right, let's see. The other section we haven't checked in yet since the break um, is the Rockefeller. Let's see how Rio is doing. Rio's got himself a rook end game. Both sides have two passed pawns, protected passed pawns, but Black's king noticeably more active. And I gotta feel like this is looking really good for Black, just first glance. You have e4 coming, e3, and then at some point the rook is just gonna switch to the c file and start taking a lot of space. So this is looking real nice for Rio right now.
Yeah,
Especially
the
if
the
white goes
center
like rook
pawns just seem
g1.
better.
Yeah. Like you kind of want to keep the rook on f1 so that if black pushes e4, at least you have like rook f5 check and you kick the king back. But right now g pawn is hanging, and so you kind of want to go rook g1 to start moving your pawns up. But then g4 comes and, or e4 is going to be played. Let's say g4, e3 check, and then wherever the king goes, rook c7 followed by rook c3 or rook c2. Seems to just, I mean, usually you're just faster here as black, right? It's a matter of tempi.
Yeah, and the problem is there's going to be mate threats tied in with it. That's usually one of the drawbacks. So
Yeah,
yeah, these center pawns definitely have the edge.
yeah, it looks like it, big time. So Rio looking very good to win this game and get to 5 points. But this section is still going to depend on actually a game that just finished in a draw between Austin Tang and Jasmine. So Austin was the other player with 4.5 points. He wasn't able to find a way to break through. Looks like the position was pretty drawish. And the players did end up agreeing to a draw here, with Black not being able to make progress. Not sure if this was such a great practical decision for Austin. I mean, you know, you're kind of leaving things up to chance in terms of making a draw and allowing a tiebreak. That said, you know, Austin's been on the top boards, and Rio kind of drew early on and has had to like kind of claw his way back. I don't know if Austin is thinking about like the tiebreaks necessarily. I mean, this is the elementary tournament of state champions, but he might be able to kind of outplay Rio in the mathematical tiebreaks. I'm really not sure. Could go either way.
Yeah, I think though, yeah, Black probably should play on a few more moves, but I think a draw still, yeah, it leaves a little too much up to chance. But I wonder how much advice Austin got before the round about, a draw being this or a draw being that, or if any tiebreakers were even looked at.
Right.
But I'm always curious about these types of positions where you have the pawn on h5. I was thinking about some rerouting idea of king g8, bishop f8, bishop h6.
Yeah.
And then if there's ever a g3 move, you can play h4. I don't know. I just think that black can play on this position a little bit more without too much consequence, because white's the one just sitting back. So yeah, something like king g8 it was possible. So instead of rook a d8, so I was thinking like king g8, bishop f8, bishop h6. I don't know what your thoughts are about that, but I think we both agree it's maybe not the best practical choice to take a draw this early, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand like you don't really see a way to break through, but the thing is about these kinds of positions, it's not really about breaking through, it's really just about keeping the game going, keeping things complicated, just slowly trying to improve your position. And then one day you might spot a chance to, play f6 or play one of these breaks, and it just feels like black is the one with all the potential because you have this dark squared bishop. If this bishop ever opens up, ever gets on an open diagonal against white's king, it's going to be really, really bad for white. So yeah, I think as far as the tournament situation goes, it probably would have been better to play on, because if he wins, then he's just like clear first, easy, and then he doesn't leave anything up to chance. As it stands right now, we're expecting Rio to win his game And in that case, we're going to have a tie between Austin, Rio, and possibly one other player that, we're going to be waiting the result of the board 3 game between Sepper Golsefetti and Kyle Zwang, both players on 4 points as well. My guess is that in terms of the tiebreak, it's going to be between Austin and Rio, because these players have probably had the toughest schedule. But yeah, who knows? Could go anyway. Let's actually check out this game. We haven't really seen too much of this one. This is between Milind Mighty and Christopher Chen. And this is board 3, I believe, of the Denker. These players don't really have a chance for first, but they might be able to tie for third place. And yeah, we just haven't seen their game, so might as well check it out. Looks like Christopher seems to be doing well, just first glance. This rook on h5, very active. Black's last move was knight from h8. The knight went from g6 to f7 and threatening knight g5 check, which looks very, very painful for white. Yeah. I mean, there is this move bishop g6 in the air that could be played. So I don't know, maybe still pretty complicated this position is.
Not sure what to make of this whole knight g5 idea. Could the king even be courageous and step forward? I'm wondering. But also, wait a minute, is knight g5 even a threat? Knight g5, wondering, well, knight g5, rook g5, queen g5, rook g1. No, that doesn't work. I was looking at something else there. I'm also considering knight e2 with a similar idea. So, for example, if knight e2,
Yeah,
knight g5 check, rook takes, queen takes, rook g1, and then your queen holds h4. So you could gambit an exchange like this and go for the attack. I was trying to find a way just to give that up and start an attack. But other than that, yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that, but yeah, that's really all I have. Maybe rook g4 is a little bit more defensive, knight g5, and you just go king g2, then try to bring your other rook to g1 and go king f1. That's another idea that I have. But I would look for either knight e2 or rook g4 here. And actually, white doesn't look as bad as I originally thought. You just assume that knight g5 is going to be a big headache, but maybe after I look a few more moves, it's not so bad.
yeah, it feels like could be kind of holdable for white. Okay, question in the chat. How many people are playing the tournament? So we're looking at 5 different sections here. These are the US Open Invitationals, and each one of the sections I would estimate has close to 50 players, right? These are all the state champions. So there's about 1 representative per state for the different sections. I don't think all the states have sent a participant for every section, but yeah, you can kind of do the math there. So it's going to be close to 50. You have like the Denker tournament of high school state champions, junior high state champions, elementary state champions, senior state champions, and girls state champions. So somewhere close to 250 spread out along the 5 sections exactly. But then you have the U.S. Open, which is taking place concurrently, and that tournament is going to have something like hundreds of players, depending on who is able to actually reach New Jersey. I know some players kind of canceled last minute because they're a little bit worried about the rising pandemic once again, whereas other players are, very excited to play, probably their first over-the-board event, either since the pandemic started or just like in general ever. A lot of new players in the game, and I saw some posts on social media, playing the U.S. Open as their kind of first real tournament ever, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's jump back. Let's check in with a Wonder and Carissa. This is the Denker tournament of high school champions. In this game, we saw Carissa play h6 after a bit of a think. Rook b8 played. Black trades rooks, hides the king on h7. I think Carissa might be trying to play for the win, not because she thinks her position is necessarily better, but just because the tournament standings simply dictate it. King g6, queen e8, king h7. So just to clarify, the US Open is still one big tournament, but these invitationals, they have always been held as kind of side events that take place before the tournament gets into its final rounds. So the US Open is one big tournament. It has multiple schedules, so you have your 9-day schedule, your 6-day schedule, and your 4-day schedule. And then alongside that, you have these invitational tournaments that are also happening, in addition to some side events, Blitz, Bug House, Rapid Chess, and this kind of thing. So yeah, with the last move, actually, King h7, Black is kind of offering a draw by repetition if a wonder wants it. And I'm not sure that he does, because then he leaves things up to chance in terms of the tiebreak. In this section, board 2 has already been agreed drawn. So FIDE Master Shun Kai Peng, he has 5 out of 6. A Wonder has 4.5 points. If he draws the game, he'll have 5 out of 6. Now, he is the top seed in the section. He played on board 1 every round in this tournament. He could reasonably believe that he has the best tiebreaks, but you never really know, because it really depends on your opponents, who you've played in previous rounds, and then how they did in the future rounds. So usually the top seed ends up with the best tiebreaks, but that's certainly not always the case. And yeah, he might just be wanting to win this game, just not to leave anything up to chance and become the winner without needing a tiebreak. So yeah, we're kind of waiting his decision here. And let's see, in the meantime, why don't we check in with Ruyang Yan? Actually, this game has had some changes as well. Here we have Ambika, who is a point behind the leader and really trying to win this game. And I think she just has excellent chances. She last took on c8 here and got 2 bishops for the rook. In the middle game, I would say this is usually just a completely decisive advantage. I mean, White's bishop's so strong, especially this dark squared bishop, I think is going to show up on d4. This is just completely lost, right? I mean, this is short of some kind of miracle perpetual. I think White just wins this one by a wide margin.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to see Black making any comeback. And even if you could imagine Black's rook over on b1 threatening some ideas like Queen h1 or something like that, White has their own mate ideas with Queen f7 and Bishop to d4. So you can't even do that. So it just seems like beyond a piece being hung or anything like that, then White should just convert this full point. And looks like we're going to have a tiebreaker on our hands, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like Ruyang probably doesn't have too much to worry about. Of course, it's never pleasant to lose your last round game, but given that she's been the top seed the whole tournament, I would guess she probably has, better tie breaks than anyone else in terms of facing the toughest schedule. So she might end up losing this game, but still winning the title on tiebreak anyway. That said, you never know. White still has to convert this one. We might see a move like Queen f4 threatening to come in with Queen h6 check. The bishop might drop back to either b3 or c2. So you'll need to kind of organize this for White here in order to clinch the win. Maybe bishop d4 followed by getting the queen to c8 will lead to mate. I think we have a standings command, if I'm not mistaken, that can maybe give our viewers the right link. Yeah, there it is. You guys can check out the pairings and standings for the events there. As we see bishop c6 being played. Why don't we check in on board 2 of this section? We have Yasemin Asani against Arya Kumar. Arya Kumar also on 4 out of 5, so she's certainly rooting for Ambika to win her game, because that means if Arya can win her game here as black, she will also tie for first and have a chance for the tiebreak win. And yeah, really, I mean, wild position here, but it does feel like black has really good chances. Just at first glance, knight on g4 is very active. White's knight on b2 is pretty bad. Um, Material is equal, but white's structure is certainly weaker, so even some endgames I think are going to be nice for black here. Definitely looks like I would prefer to be black in this position. I think Arya has good chances of winning this one.
Yeah, it just seems like white is praying and holding on for dear life. Rook f1 seems like the only legitimate move. Knight f2 is already a problem, isn't it?
Knight f2 is a big threat, so yeah, rook f1 feels forced.
Yeah, you have to control that. But okay, rook f1, perhaps I'm being a little too pessimistic. So rook f1, queen g6, maybe rook f4. Oh, then you run into queen b1. Okay, there we go. Rook f1 played. Queen g6 seems natural. Queen g5.
Yeah,
And
I
what
kind of
would
like
you
queen
play here?
g6, just keeping some squares under control, like stopping knight d3, stopping queen e4, just keeping these light squares in check, and then
Seems to
following
do the
up with
most.
like rook e8 and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Still very tricky though. But definitely Ambika has created an opening for her her fellow peers to maybe tie. How many potential players in the Haring can tie here? Oh, just Arya, Ambika, and Rui Yang. So that could be a three-way tie, and then just left up to the tiebreakers at that point. But I do agree, though. Usually, if you start off with the lead, that means that your opposition is typically tougher to begin with, and that also helps you in the secondary or potentially tertiary tiebreakers.
Okay, we have a big result here, so it looks like Liang did win his game against Carissa. Might have been
Wow.
some kind of blunder here because I think Carissa was doing fine. Let's see, rook d8 played, bishop takes f2, rook takes d6, king h5, and queen c8. And here Carissa played queen to g5, maybe blundering her opponent's response, knight to h3. Because now whenever the queen moves, there's just going to be queen g4 mate. So she tried queen c1. I think this was just a cheeky attempt, hoping for king g2. Might as well try something. You're completely lost. But Wonder spotted the problem and goes queen takes c1. I think this works in online more often than it does in person. Somehow in person, people always see when the queen is hanging. But yeah, I guess her blunder here was queen g5. Had she played bishop takes g1, I think the game still is drawn here. I guess white can give check on h3 and king g5, queen g2. Basically, I think white gets at least a perpetual here. And I guess that would have been the logical result. So kind of an unfortunate blunder for Carissa. She could have at least gone into to 4.5. So yeah, I should be clear. The U.S. Open is still happening as a separate big tournament. Yeah, these invitationals is something they run every year for the high school, junior high, elementary school, and so on state champions. But the U.S. Open in its full capacity is still underway.
So I think I can provide a little like background behind it because yeah, originally it was just US Open and then Denker, and then they started adding more tournaments as well. So it was like Denker and then a senior, and before I don't ever remember having five. But I think where the confusion comes in is that sometimes they're side by side or concurrent, and they're not the same tournament. So can't make that clear enough. So the US Open is still one big tournament,
Yeah.
and these are just additional tournaments. That's all there is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So currently, yeah, U.S. Open is underway. I think they've played 3 or 4 rounds so far, and usually they have the traditional 1 game a day schedule with every game being played at like 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, kind of a late round, but yeah, that's how it goes. So I wonder wins this one. So he is the 2021 uh, Denker champion. Um, he gets the $5,000 scholarship prize as well as the official title. So kind of a nice little prize for a wonder. He'll probably be joining the U.S. Open, maybe the 4 day schedule, which starts on Thursday, possibly the 6 day schedule, which I think might be starting today. And yeah, congrats to a wonder who takes it with the win. Um, all right, so every other section though still yet to be decided. Now, Arya Kumar ends up drawing her game. Kind of surprising. We were thinking black is better, but after Rook F1, Queen G6, if I understand correctly, I guess she offered a draw, um, which is very surprising because I think black is just better in this position, and she still has a chance to tie for first place given that Ru Yang Yan on board one is just completely lost.
Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. You would think that, to me, a draw is just as bad as a loss. That's how I would look at it in my eyes because of the implications. Now, it doesn't mean that she would have won on tie breaks, but still, I think you gotta give yourself a chance to tie for first. And at least based on the standings, you can say you tied for a national championship, but since they have to award prizes and other things like that to one clear winner, then okay, that's one thing. But yeah, you have to go for it here. You have to give yourself a chance. And the same thing can be said for Yasamin. Even if you have a worse position, you got to see what can happen. Yeah, draw doesn't feel like anything that I would be too happy about here.
Yeah. Now, the only explanation I can kind of provide is that K Black was in time trouble down to a minute and a half. But yeah, I think you just have so much on the line, and your position you got to recognize is very clearly better. I mean, maybe she just wasn't feeling too optimistic about this one, but yeah, definitely would have liked to see Black play for the win here. For Yasmin, I understand she's on 3.5. She has no chance to tie for first at any point, and she's worse. So I kind of get the draw acceptance from her side. You're much worse in this position, might as well accept the draw. But that means that it's all up to Ambika and Ruyang Yan, and this game is coming down to the wire. White definitely going to be trying to play for the win here and looking to organize some kind of conversion. The one thing you have to be careful about here with the two bishops against the rook is just not allowing too many trades as white. If you trade queens off the board and trade the queenside pawns, then that endgame with rook n3 against two bishops n3, that one is pretty drawish. It's actually very hard for the two bishops to win. But of course, the queens are still on the board, and it's going to be very difficult for black to trade the queens off. So white is still very much in control here. Let's check in with Viome in the Barber, the junior high invitationals. And oh boy, wow, it looks like Terry uh, might be saving this game. I mean, after the last move, king takes d5. White could go rook c8 here, trying to promote the pawn, but then knight c6 is going to hold the blockade. So I think black is actually completely fine here. Yeah, knight c6 on the board. Now white has just played king c3. I'll drop the link for you guys if you want to follow the live games on Lichess. You can check them out here. And yeah, a lot of these games are just in time trouble for both sides.
Yeah, I think Pete Carrianis, he was right about this being a little bit trickier than I even thought. We knew white was in clear command, but something about these knight versus bishop endgames where you can make it just very, very hard with all these blockading ideas, and especially in time pressure or as the game is dwindling down, the knight can be quite a pesky piece and one that you always have to just do a double take and make sure you're not stepping on a landmine and running into a fork.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still tricky for black here. I don't think Terry's completely out of the woods. But if we assume this game is a draw, then this game will, or this section will definitely be decided by the tiebreak. Evan Park on board two, he already won his game. There's also a third player with 4 points going into this round, Canada Master Rushan Mahajan, who had 4 points and playing white against Troy Kavanagh. And if he wins his game, then he would also get to 5 out of 6. And in that case, we might have a three-way tie for first place. Excuse me, four-way tie. If this game is a draw, then both players here will have 5 points. Evan Park will have 5 points, as will Rushan. So that will just very much be based on the tiebreak here. But still, the game is very much not over. In fact, right now, white could play rook takes f6, for example. If king takes bishop, rook takes c6, king takes b7, white can at least win the pawn on g5 and look to try to torture black in this rook endgame. Not sure about his chances here, but yeah, this could be a half a try at
Yeah.
least.
And then I think we have quite a development on board one of the senior section
Oh,
in the Irwin Invitational.
yeah, this one's getting sharp.
I think white's just winning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like Doug ended up trying to play for queenside counterplay, but white is able to get his knight to e4, king a4, now f5, and it looks like white's pawn is just faster. And black wanted to take on a3, go king b2, but this takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to promote, whereas white just needs 3 moves to promote. So white is just much, much faster here. Yeah, I think Doug, unfortunately, did he have to do this? Could he have just stayed put? You know,
That's what I was thinking. So I was looking around move 47.
yeah,
Instead of b4, you could just stay put as you said. But
shuffle.
I also think that after king e3, king d5, you don't have to play a5. It just seems like in the spirit to move forward, but maybe just bishop to b1. Don't bring those pawns forward anymore. But I think objectively it's a draw. It's just it's a little tricky when you only have a handful of minutes on your clock, and this is kind of what we were talking about before. It's that once that time pressure creeps up on you, all it takes is one or two errors, and that's it. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So he ends up kind of choosing the wrong plan here and feels like Igor is just winning this one, meaning Igor will be the senior champion of the Irwin Invitational and getting himself a spot in the 2022 U.S. Senior Championship, which is a pretty prestigious event. So well played by Igor. He really had a very solid event. Doug Eckert, I gotta say, had an amazing tournament himself, defeating a number of strong players and I'm sure gaining a ton of rating points. A bit unfortunate for him to end the tournament this way, as it feels like he was holding the draw earlier on. Okay, so let's see. Let's check in with Rio. He had this rook endgame, and this one is still looking pretty sharp. Let's go back, see what happened here. So white decided to sacrifice a pawn in order to get his h-pawn going. Might be a good practical try, although usually two pawns that are protected end up winning the game. Rio tries to win the h6 pawn, but white goes for counterplay, and he gets his king in front of the pawn. I think that's kind of an important achievement, so his rook can stay active. but not gonna be so easy actually to win this still, right? Because king is passive on h7, rook is passive on e8, and white is just keeping the blockade here.
I think Henry found a very, very good plan. I didn't see this plan initially, but once he gave up the pawn, then I started to realize, okay, this is what he's going for. Yeah, and this is why you should often look for some counterplay over passive defense. That's usually what you should do as a chess player, because if you just sit back and wait for your opponent to execute their plan, you're often asking for trouble. So I like this a lot, and it
Yeah,
actually seems like white found the exact idea to hold. Because if black wants to go after the pawn on h6, e5 and d4 will fall, and
right.
black's king is just too far from the action. So I think a draw seems pretty much clear cut.
Very interesting. So, I mean, a really instructive moment because how many players at this moment at move 44 would just play rook g1 just on autopilot? You know, your pawn is attacked, you defend it, and then you just figure it out later. But Henry Dang, I mean, very good sign for his kind of maturity and future chess skill potential that he realizes like, wait, I might be in trouble. Like rook g1, e4, black is just getting everything. I gotta just take my chance with the h pawn. Just get this pawn moving, get some counterplay, and yeah, I mean maybe Rio shouldn't have taken the pawn. Maybe he should have pushed e4 first or something. I'm not sure, but he ends up taking, and white ends up creating enough counterplay, it seems, to hold the draw. So really well, very nice pawn sack in this rook endgame. And yeah, now we're not really seeing how black can make progress at this point.
I can't find anything. And even if black tries a move like king g6, white has the cheeky h7.
Mhm. Well, I guess it depends on where black's. Oh no, but you're right. Yeah, king g6, h7
Yeah,
takes,
in this
rook takes
spot here.
e5. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's the same idea, right?
and then all of black's pawns are weak. And I mean, black I think should be careful not to fall
So
worse.
what about rook h3 here? Rook h3, what do we play?
Um, Actually, that's a good try. Maybe still just king c2, and we're turning like rook e6 or rook b5.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, that's simple. Yeah,
Should be,
very,
yeah,
very simple.
should be drawing.
Yeah,
Um,
king f6, just rook d5. You can't really hold that d pawn properly, and the king can just come back around. Okay. Yeah, I like
yeah.
that a lot.
So they've been kind of shuffling but like repeating moves. So yeah, I'm expecting a draw here, and two results in the senior section. So Douglas Root, he did win that King's Indian that we were following, where he had the extra exchange. So well played by Doug. Black went for this kind of kamikaze attack, but nice finish at the end to sack the queen. The queen takes g4 here, calculating that rook b7 check. White is winning the queen back and winning the game with two extra knights. Unfortunately for him, though, Igor on board one does win against Doug, taking his score to 5.5 and winning the Irwin Invitational. And yeah, winning the game after king a4, f5. Doug simply resigned here as he has no way of stopping white's f-pawn, and white is just much faster. So congrats to Igor, very well played game. We have one champion here. Wonder is the Denker champion. Few sections still undecided. We have Ambika against Bruyang Yan. White is still very much trying to win this game, and actually, kind of interesting moment here. She just played queen to b7, offering a queen trade and hitting the f7 pawns. Either black has to give up the queen or go queen e8, which maybe allows bishop to d5. But still, this one, I kind of feel like white is struggling to put this one away a bit. She just hasn't found the right plan here, it seems. Um, but yeah, Ambika will need to win this game in order to tie for first. And then we have the Barber with Viome versus Terry Luo. Looks like we did get this rook endgame. And white still has a modicum of a chance here as black's king is cut off. But I think this is definitely drawn here with best play. We'll see if Terry can hold it. I'm sure Viome will at least try. But the problem is it's very difficult for white to make progress because the king is just so close. And I think black should be holding this one.
So according to the table base, G5 is a winning position here.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know this at all.
Wow.
Yeah, very,
G5,
very
and it's
surprising.
played.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess
Very,
the
very interesting
king
stuff.
being cut off here, actually, black is not in
Makes a
time.
difference. Yeah, and it's funny because I was about to make a comment about endgames and time pressure. So one reason why coaches and instructors are so keen on telling their students to master endgames, because when you have low time, you're not going to have time to really calculate everything all the time, and you're going to have to know some of these endgame positions cold. But I'll tell you, this is a little trickier, and just the king being cut off looks like it can make the difference. But just generally speaking, you want to know your endgames and master them, especially some of the more rudimentary ones, because you don't have time to double check and calculate everything again. So just let that be a lesson, especially you're more likely to be in low time pressure in an endgame because, well, for obvious reasons. I shouldn't have to spell that out because it's a later part in the game. But
Yeah. Now,
usually they go hand in hand.
well, let's just go back one move because black's last move here was rook to g8 in a position where he also had the chance to go rook a4. But correct me if I'm wrong, rook a4 would definitely be holding the draw, right? Just keeping white's king cut off.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a case in point, right? And one thing I've learned in endgames is to keep the rook on what we call the long side. So you
Yeah.
want to keep the rook on the side where you can have more room to check from, and the king can't gain a tempo attacking the rook. And yeah, this seems like pretty elementary actually. Just rook a4, king f3, and white can't cross the hemisphere here, or the demarcation line.
Right.
And
Now
if rook
maybe it's
f4, we
not
go rook a5.
maybe it's not that simple. Maybe white can still play king to g3 and try to get the king to h4 and g5. But somehow I feel like now maybe black switches back to rook b8. And the point is to kind of prepare to meet king h4 with rook h8 check. Maybe it's still a little bit tricky, but yeah, the way black has played it, I think it might not be, definitely not the most precise way to try and hold this one. Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard.
rook
Yeah.
rook end games aren't easy. For example, in this line, with rook a4, king f3, let's say you go rook b4. So
Mm-hmm.
back to that other position,
Yeah.
king g3, rook a4, king h4, the idea that you were mentioning. For example, in that position, according to the table base, only one drawing move, rook a8.
Right.
So that is the only draw in the position, which makes sense. You either cut up the kind of the rule with these endgames is you either cut off the king to prevent the pawn from moving, or when the king tries to make progress, you keep them in this cycle of checks. But still, very, very hard to calculate this with just a few minutes on your clock. So rule number
Difficult
one
to
about time
calculate.
pressure
Yeah.
is to avoid time pressure.
And
But
that's why,
easier
yeah,
said
it's
than done.
better to just kind of know these endgames by
Yeah.
heart. But yeah, tough lesson for Terry because he defended super well. But now, I mean, I think white is just getting the Lucina endgame here in short order. It's very simple. It's just g6, rook f7, king will get in, and yeah, I think Viom is actually going to win this one and take down the Barber. If he wins, he's a clear winner, and that's going to be game over. Let's check in with Rio because this game is still going. Rio is still looking to win. It looks like yeah, he's still pushing. So he switches gears here. He had the pawn blockaded with the king. He decides to blockade it with the rook now and try his chances again with advancing the king. Looks like he's not making any progress so far, but still fighting for the win. And then we have Ambika against Ru Yang. This game has gone into the endgame. Rui decided to trade queens. Probably the best practical decision is usually queen and two bishops, you just get mated in the end, so she might have better chances with the rook. Although that said, white still has huge winning potential here. As long as she doesn't trade off the queen side, this is going to be a big problem for black. And now white has just played king to f4, advancing the king, presumably heading towards the queen side to take this pawn on a6. And yeah, this seems to be a win for white.
And then a5 just played, but I don't think that's really going to do much. White is just faster in every respect, and the two bishops pretty much rule the chessboard.
Yeah, as long as white pushes b5 here, right, there's no rook c8 because the king can just defend. a4, I think this pawn is not going very far. It's a try. I think, black has lost, so she definitely has to try something. Otherwise, the king was just going to walk in and collect this pawn. The bishop holding f2, so there's no counterplay for black on the king side. White just blockades with bishop a3, and now the king and light square bishop can help guide the b pawn forward. So rook c8 here on the board. I think we'll see either king d5 or king d4, followed by b6, king c5, and yeah, but white should be winning this one.
Yeah, very impressive game by Ambika.
Mm-hmm.
And going back to what we said yesterday, I know this is a combination, of course, just the talent and the skill levels of the players, but how much of their rating has improved during the pandemic? So when you see 1798, just the level of execution, the decision making of rook takes d5 versus bishop takes d5, it just showed a tremendous amount of maturity as well as just experience for a young player. And yeah, I'm just so impressed. I think that's the biggest takeaway here, and I'm really excited to see so many combative games. There weren't any games that just kind of fizzled out and nothing happened. I mean, every single game was very, very fighting, whether it ended up in a draw or not. But again, impressive display by Ambika, and I would really point to that whole move 18 that showed me what type of chess player she is and she can become.
Yeah.
A lot of props to Ru Yang too, the way she fought last night. So she had a worse position, maybe drawing, and then converted it to a win.
Right.
But it's moments like these that really show the class of a player, and she took her time in that moment. So I really respect that. I wonder how old she is.
She is, I believe, 14.
Yeah, very impressive.
And yeah, both of these players I think have a lot of potential. G5 now played. Again, just trying something, hoping to get some counterplay against white's pawns. I think bishop c1 is a pretty clear-cut win. Maybe black's idea is to push f4. But then white can take on g5 with check, take on f4 with check, and have time to retreat with the bishop and blockade the pawn. Also, okay, rook is going to be hanging on b8 as well. So yeah, should be winning this for white. Let's see how Viom is doing. Oh, and Viom is showing us a textbook Lucina endgame conversion here. He was able to force black's king back and now advances with his king to g8. And yeah, here he's going to show us the right technique. Rook e4, there it is. The point is to build a bridge on the fourth rank. Now white's king is ready to walk out. Eventually king gets to g5, rook comes to g4, and black won't be able to stop the g pawn. So this should be resignable very, very soon.
It's interesting that we get to see one of these textbook endgames at the very end of the tournament for a championship.
Yeah, I'm sure Viom has studied this position and practiced it many times.
Unequivocally.
Yeah. And probably we'll see king f7 here, rook check, king g6, rook check, king f6, and then maybe black will try something like king d5 just to kind of avoid, you know, the obvious rook f2, king g5. And here white can win any number of ways. Rook f4 followed by king f7 is good. Rook e8 I think is the simplest, followed by promoting the pawn. So important not to get confused.
Yeah, you could also go rook e5 and rook g5 here as well.
Yeah.
So there's a few different ways to win for
also
sure.
Winning. But sometimes players get confused because they learn like the one, win with king g5 and rook g4, and then when the opponent doesn't allow it and like play something else, they get confused and like, oh, what to do.
So all the time, yeah.
To understand these positions.
Yeah, don't memorize. You have to truly understand and try to master them. And if you can't play them under time pressure, well, then you haven't mastered it.
Yeah,
so like with
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And with tactics and endgames, I say to students that the first thing is, number one, can you solve it? Number two, how long does it take you? And usually number two, that's the real mastery, right? So if it takes you 5 minutes, but you found a tactic that you should have solved in 15 seconds, I don't know how much of an accomplishment it really is. So just keep that in mind for any of the viewers out there or any students watching that. That's when you understand, when you just kind of know it cold and almost immediately, actually.
Yeah. So now this game being marked as a draw, I'm sure that's a DGT error. White definitely won this game. So congrats to Viom. He wins the Barber Tournament of State Champions with a clear first place, 5.5 out of 6. So a lot of 5.5s. We're seeing Igor Malnitsky in the senior, Wonderliang, Viom. Now the Rockefeller section is definitely yet to be decided. Chen is still hoping to convert this one, though chances don't look particularly good for him. And then we have Ambika against Ruyang Yan. Here we saw bishop c1, king g6, hg, rook a8, and b6. And now white will be winning this one as the pawn is going to cost black her full rook, and white's two bishops should decide the game from there.
Yeah, I can pretty much say that this game is a wrap, barring some extreme miracle, like a touch move or something, insane. I'm not going to bring up other possibilities, but yeah, I'll assume that she secures the full point.
A flag, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, just something that we don't know because we're not there in person.
Right. But presuming Ambika wins this game, which at this point he has like 99.9% chance, this section is going to have a tie for first place between these two players, and then it'll be up to the mathematical tiebreak. We have no idea who wins that. My guess is Ruyang has the better tiebreaks here, but again, that could be that could not be the case. In the Rockefeller Elementary section, we still have Rio playing for the win. Austin Tang drew on board 2 with Jasmine Zhu here. So Austin is on 5 points. Henry Dang on 4.5, Rio on 4. So with a draw here, Henry Dang would get to 5 and tie with Austin, and then their tournament would be up for a tiebreak as well. So yeah, it looks like these two sections most likely will be decided with the tiebreak. Yeah, in the girls section, Arya Kumar, she did draw her game, so she's on 4.5.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. So it's only since she drew already, it's really just going to be a tie for first between Ambika and Ru Yang.
Right. And then yeah, it's gonna be all down to Rio here, who's still trying to win, but so far he hasn't found a winning plan. We haven't found a winning plan. It feels very drawish. Maybe time to check with the engine just to see if there's anything, just for our own curiosity. We don't know the result of the board 3 game in the Rockefeller. This one's not live. But yeah, if there's a winner on this board, then that player will also have 5 points and tie for first. But yeah, we have no info on that. Yeah, Stockfish saying draw on this one. So if Rio can't find a win and we can't find a win and even Stockfish can't find a win, that's definitely suggesting a draw on this board.
Yes, if it looks like a duck, talks like a duck, or quacks like a duck,
Yeah,
it must
and
be a duck.
Stockfish says it's a duck.
Quack, quack.
Right.
Ooh, I like this move. Rook c8, nice practical try. Rook e5, rook c3, rook d4. Okay, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, it looks like we can just take rook c3 check, king takes d4, rook takes b3, and rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6, just an annoying move.
Very annoying. And
Very,
I mean,
very
he's
annoying.
trying his one chance. You know, I definitely can't blame him. Here he's shown a lot of grit. Like he tried to win this rook endgame for like 20 moves. Definitely, you know, can't really ask more of that from a drawn position. But now he's trying his one chance, hoping his opponent messes up. But to Henry's credit, he stayed way ahead on the clock. So now he has 18 minutes to figure out exactly how to hold this, which I think he'll be able to do. Henry has played really well in this tournament. Definitely deserves to tie for first, as does Austin. And yeah, rook takes c5, rook c3. We're probably going to see this exact line play out.
It is a little unfortunate that some pretty important money and or other awards are going to be decided by tiebreakers. So any players tying for first and maybe not taking home the top prize due to tiebreakers, you know, I would definitely consider yourself a co-champion, you know, irrespective of the tiebreakers. I think a lot of times, even when you're playing in money tournaments, if you tie for a prize, you are tied for that place. But obviously, there's only so much that can be done for these tournaments. You can't, you know, award everyone more prizes and more money. I mean, that's just not practical. So sometimes these are just the things, unfortunate side of things. But again, congrats to any of the players tying for first, but still maybe falling a little short due to tiebreakers.
Yeah. Yeah, always a shame when you miss out on tiebreak, but
Yeah.
what are you going to do? Okay, and then Ambika here. Looks like, yeah, Rui is about to resign this game as White's pawn is promoting. And that's going to be that. No counterplay for Black to speak of here. So this is going to be a game over. And yeah, we're just waiting for the result on this game between Rio and Henry Deng. Definitely expecting a draw here, as Black just has. Well, I don't know. I'm actually wondering about White's last move, King d5, if this was actually played or if the players agreed to a draw, because King d5 at least allows Black to take the h6 pawn. Feels like rook e6 was a much cleaner way to force a draw. I'm not sure if King d5 was actually played. Looks like Rio's clock is ticking, so maybe this is what he did. After King takes h6, feels like it should still be drawn. Just a little bit surprising that he went this route.
Yeah, I think so. King d5, king h6, king c6, rook b4, rook b5, rook a4, then king takes a5, or yeah, king takes b6, and then a5 is falling.
Yeah, that'll be it.
So the only other option is after king d5, rook b4, king c6, rook a4. Oh, still king b6. So king d5, it's actually a pretty clean, looks like a clean way to play it, actually, with
Yeah,
that
very forcing.
calculation.
Mm-hmm.
I think there were a number of drawing ideas, but I think once you see one and you're confident about it, no reason to hold back.
Right.
Don't second guess yourself.
Yeah. And yeah, this game has been agreed a draw, which means Henry Dang ties for first along with Austin Tang. And there might be one other player based on the result of board 3 in this section. Ambika did win her game officially, so she ties with Ruyang Yan for first place in the Haring tournament. And then our previous winners are, okay, Viome's game still marked as a draw, but I'm 100% sure he won.
If this was the game. So if by chance this was a set of different players on a board, then that's a different story. So, but
Yeah,
I'm sure we would have been corrected by now.
right. Or like the DGT board,
Or something.
we got like the
Yeah.
wrong moves. But yeah, based on the position on the board, Viom, I'm pretty sure, did win his game. So he's going to be the Barber champion for junior high. And yeah, earlier we saw Wonderliang win the Denker and Igor Malnitsky win the Irwin Invitational for senior state champions. All right, guys, so that's going to wrap it up for this broadcast. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. Now, the US Open is still happening, currently taking place. I'll be back for commentary on the final 3 rounds for that starting this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific for the final 3 rounds. I know we had Coach Jay in the chat. I had no idea. That was Chesku. So shout out to Jay. A good friend. And are you on the scene, Jay, in the U.S. Open? I know you often travel for that tournament. Let us know. And thanks, Will, for joining me. This was a lot of fun.
Well,
Hopefully
yeah,
we get to work
pleasure to join
again
you,
together.
and I'll be looking for your next audiobook. Just a great calming voice. Um, maybe a future narrator of sorts.
Thanks so much.
Well,
Appreciate
it
it.
was fun, and congrats to all the players, and definitely, um, thank all the parents out there that put in the time and effort and energy to supporting their kids. I thank my dad, and we the chess scene and chess players wouldn't be the same without that support. And of course, thank you to the USCF for providing all the money, scholarships, and all the other donors and things like that. So this wouldn't be possible without that. So yeah, thanks to all that, and again, nice joining you, and good luck in your next commentary.
Absolutely. Well, thanks everyone. We'll be signing off now. And yeah, hopefully I'll be seeing some of you guys on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the final 3 rounds of the U.S. Open. We'll be back on this channel. Okay, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and take